Hello, good afternoon, and welcome to this special new pop-up TV channel all about group travel. My name's Dean Lydiot, and I'll be guiding you through this afternoon's programming, including a dozen very interesting and informative features, some super live prize giveaways, and a chance also to meet members of the group travel organiser team in their new broadcasting mode. Now, if you recognise my voice, then you've probably heard me coming out of your TV sometime over the past 20 years. Sorry about that. As a continuity announcer, I've introduced everything from EastEnders to the Olympics, royal weddings, and even the Queen's speech on Christmas Day. Special day it is too. And it's all done live, much like today, so anything can happen. I've also worked before with the team at Group Travel Organiser and Landlord Travel Publications. I was their continuity voice at the Group Travel Awards for several years. And as you probably know, the awards themselves this year form part of this afternoon's Celebrate Group Travel Day programme. And at about 4:30, I'll be handing over to Patrick Kilty, who'll be hosting that part of the programme. So, hope you're nice and relaxed at home for the next couple of hours for our special programming, designed for those of you who are specifically involved in group travel. Welcome to Celebrate Group Travel Day 2020 and this afternoon's Group Travel Showcase. I hope very much you're able to stay with us. So it's great you're here, and if you want to comment on anything you're watching, perhaps you want to raise some questions, then we'd love to hear from you via social media, or why not just send us an email. You can tweet us using this hashtag, it's Celebrate Group Travel Day, and here's our email address. It's on the screen there, and we'd love to have your contributions and questions today. And I'll be telling you more about the exciting competition giveaways as we go through this afternoon. So one other thing I think it's really important that we say at this point, we've made this programme in full recognition of the difficult times we're all facing at the moment because of the pandemic and the sad restrictions that have been placed on travel and tourism activity. So to reflect that, we focus very much on outdoor activities, which of course are easier for social distancing and less susceptible to spreading the virus. And among these things, we've got gardens to visit, animal attractions, boat trips, and aviation and motoring open-air museums. And we've sought to ensure that all of the places that are featured today are fully aware of their responsibilities towards you, their visitors, and also following all the relevant government guidelines. So then let's make a start with our programme this afternoon. The first item is a bit of an introduction to the people behind it, the team at Group Travel Organiser. And what a fine team they are too.
Editor of GTO magazine. I've been on board at the company for about 5 years now, and the magazine has been going for 30 years. But unfortunately, due to recent events, we've had to press the pause button on the magazine. Meanwhile, this has given us the opportunity to concentrate on our digital output, which is more suited perhaps to the ever-changing circumstances this year during COVID. One of the things that I have done is to bring out our Group Travel Grapevine newsletter every 2 weeks rather than once a month. Here it is. It's packed full of travel news, consolation and inspiration, and is currently our main method of interacting with you, our readers, and letting you know what we are up to. Through the Grapevine, GTOs can find out about events such as the Celebrate Group Travel Day today, online discussions about what is happening in the travel industry, such as the recent one hosted by Val Bainton, and new digital features. We also have links to longer articles on our websites, such as interviews and the latest news. It also offers some of our friends in the travel trade the opportunity to let you know when they're ready to welcome groups back again and what deals they have to tempt you and your groups out to have a good time. But you won't know about any of this unless you subscribe to The Grapevine. It's free and we don't sell your email address to anyone else or anything like that. For those of you that haven't already signed up, it's the best way to hear about what we are up to. Go online to grouptravelorganiser.com and scroll down to our Grapevine image, press the subscribe button and fill in the details. Once you receive the Grapevine, you can easily unsubscribe at any time by clicking on the link at the bottom of each Grapevine newsletter. Our main website, grouptravelorganiser.com, has obviously continued throughout. I've been updating this with regular articles and interviews about the group travel industry, what places are opening up and what groups can expect when they go there. It's also full of interviews with our trade partners and some GTOs. And it's a place where you can read our previous magazines in our online archive or subscribe to the Grapevine newsletter.
The film crew then caught up with editorial director Peter Stonham, who wanted to show the very important historical connection Hastings has with the invention of television, which Peter felt was particularly appropriate given that this broadcast is the first step into TV for his business, Landor Travel Publications. Just under 1 minute away from the Landor Travel Publications office in Wellington Square is Queen's Arcade, where John Logie Baird made his first experiments on creating the concept of television in 1925. Inventor Baird arrived in Hastings early in 1923 to convalesce from a bad bout of ill health. Over the following 18 months, he carried out experiments, including the first image to be transmitted through space on his televiewer, a Maltese cross. This led in 1925 to the transmission of the first true television image, the painted wooden head of ventriloquist dummy Stooky Bill at Baird's workshop in Frith Street, Soho. You can see Peter passing a sign celebrating this important event in Hastings history and the plaque marking the spot where the original transmission took place. There's also some history in the Hastings Museum just up the road, including the original televiewer and letters and comments made at the time, including this very perceptive one by writer R.C. Sheriff in 1930. I am afraid if this invention becomes too perfect, it will cause most people to spend their evenings at home instead of visiting the theatre. Our film crew also caught up with other members of the GTO team in Hastings, including former editor Abby Bates and her two boys, Gus and Herbie.
Hello, I'm Abby Bates and I used to be managing editor of GTO magazine, but I've since had two little boys, so I'm now consultant editor. I work on a part-time basis, but I report on the family days out in the magazine, so all the sort of stuff you can go to with your children or your grandchildren is what I cover, as well as helping run the business side of the magazine.
You'll be hearing from Abby later in the programme with her colleague, Discover Animals specialist writer Simone Brooks. And others from the GTO team you'll meet in the show are contributing editor Val Bainton and our new recruit, Ashley Riddler. See, I told you they were a smart bunch, didn't I? I certainly loved all that history about TV and Hastings, which is how we're here with you many, many years later, I think. Now, let me just remind you, before we move on, about our Twitter. Our Twitter feed is up and running, and please tweet us. We'd love to hear from you about anything, questions or observations or anything you like. It's Celebrate Group Travel Day, so that's the hashtag Celebrate Group Travel Day. Or we've got a roundtable discussion a little bit later, so if you'd like some questions to give them, the email address is questions@landortravelpublications.com. That's questions at landortravelpublications.com. Well, this is perhaps a good time now to introduce GTO Aviation and Motoring Heritage correspondent Guy Thomas and roving reporter Jeff Moore, who will be seeing with a number of stories they produce for the programme a little bit later on. Well, now it's time for our first competition prize. Now, this is going to be really interesting because we're going to do this live, and it's live telly this afternoon. So thank you so much for all of those of you who've pre-registered. We've got 4 brilliant prizes later on this afternoon, and we'll be giving those away. And today's prizes then are a champagne visit to the view from the Shard 2, first-class tickets for 2 on the London-Scotland LNER Railway, a crossing for up to 5, that's in a car on the Eurotunnel between Folkestone and Calais, and an online interactive chocolate tasting session. Sounds good, doesn't it? For 4 friends with a chocolate shipped to your home. See, it sounds good, doesn't it? To your home before you can log on and take part in that interactive session with Hotel Chocolat. So then here's the format of our prize winning. We've asked everyone interested, as I mentioned, to give us their pre-register their details before the programme and provide their email and telephone details ready this afternoon to take a call from us. And if you are lucky enough, and if they're lucky enough to have their name pulled out of a hat, we'll be phoning them live this afternoon. Well, our first draw has been made, and this is going to be very, very interesting. We're going to do this live on air, so let's hope the phone hasn't gone into lock, which it hasn't. And we're just, so if you're watching at home, your phone may well ring now, so it could be me. So hang on just a sec. So we'll be calling the number now, and the rules are that if they answer, they'll be the lucky winner of our first prize, which is that Hotel Chocolat tasting session for 4 people. And it's really ingeniously done because they'll send the chocolates to you. So let's give it a go. Right, let's see if our prize winner will answer the phone. I hope you can hear that at home. Come on, answer, please.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Could you just turn your TV down because I can hear myself coming back?
Oh, hang on. Right.
See, it's live. You can tell it's live, can't you?
Hello.
Nice to hear myself delayed. Hello, who's that?
My name's Liz Smith, Cliffhara.
Oh, brilliant. Nice to talk to you. Whereabouts are you?
We're in, I'm in Rochester, Kent.
Oh, how is it in Rochester today?
It's not too bad, actually.
Oh, good for you. And you're enjoying our show, hopefully, so far.
I am indeed. Yes,
Okay.
I've got you on the telly and on my iPad.
My goodness. Well, I hope I'm a pretty sight. Do apologise for that. So you're having a good day. Tell us about your involvement in group travel, if you can.
Well, the group I belong to is called the Active Retirement Association in Kent. So as is a local one called Cliffhara, which is a little village on the peninsula. But I'm vice chairman of my club. Also, I'm a group organiser. So we've been using group travel organisation to get different venues, really.
Oh, brilliant.
That's our problem, really. And at the moment, obviously, it's a major problem.
Yeah, I can imagine. And how have things been in the last few months?
Well, we can't get into the hall. We can't. We've done little bits and pieces, but we're hoping the hall's going to open up so we can get our activities going. But as for trips at the moment, I think it's a bit of a no-no, really, because it's financially it's a problem because the coaches are only half capacity.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine lots of people watching experience exactly the same problems as well. It's a really difficult time, and we wish you well for the future. The reason I'm calling, of course, is you've won our first competition prize.
Thank you.
I hope you like chocolate.
Yes.
Oh, good.
I'm diet, but fine.
It'll be for
It's
4.
visual, so it doesn't matter.
Well, it's really good. They've explained it to me. It's like a Zoom call, and you can taste the chocolate with a chocolatier. So courtesy of Hotel Chocolat. So thank you so much for pre-registering, and it's really lovely to chat to you this afternoon. All the best. Let's hope things sort of improve in the next few months.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good day.
You
Bye.
too. Thank you very much. Well, I'm amazed. Let me just cut it off because we'll have a very, very long phone call. Oh, wasn't that nice? So well done to him. Yeah, really good. That was our first prize today. We've 3 more coming up, so don't forget 3 more great prizes to come. And yeah, we'll do some with. I'll be joined by Ashley a little later, who works for GTO, and she'll be doing the phone. So stand by your phones, everyone. We could be calling you later. 3 more prizes to go. Now then, let's move on. It's time for our first feature report, and that's all about the great visit opportunities available in the county of Wiltshire.
The landlocked county of Wiltshire is perhaps not one of the most obvious holiday destinations in the UK, yet it's incredibly rich in both large and famous attractions such as Stonehenge, Salisbury Cathedral and Longleat, as well as many more unusual and unique smaller ingredients. There's even an alternative to Stonehenge in the county, the larger stone circle of Avebury, which also has the advantage of a convenient pub. The Red Lion is the only inn in the world to be situated inside a prehistoric stone circle. There are some quirky alternatives on the heritage front to the famous stately homes at Longleat, Bowood and Stourhead, such as the Peto Garden at Iford Manor, and Arundel's, the former home of Prime Minister Edward Heath. Visitors can also explore some amazing small towns with great histories and character, including picture-perfect Corsham, where they filmed Poldark and many other dramas, and historic Malmesbury and Bradford-on-Avon. We spoke to Flo Wallace, Head of Travel Trade for Visit Wiltshire.
So attractions and accommodation providers that we work with have adapted to the new normal. They've been following government guidelines, opening with limited capacity, limiting numbers to the sites, capping them where possible, which are being reviewed regularly. And many have obtained the We're Good to Go accreditation logo as well. Visitors must pre-book to visit attractions and activities to guarantee their entry. And many attractions are having to manage group visitors as they would FIT visitors, breaking people down into smaller groups to make them in more manageable size. Many are not offering guided tours or group experiences at this time. We're hoping that will change going forward. So groups can expect plenty of things to see and do from a holiday in Wiltshire. There are plenty of attractions, accommodation and activities suitable for groups. Themed experiences like history and heritage, which we've got plenty of, historic houses and gardens, which are beautiful, such as Longleat and Bowood House, and Stonehenge offer stone circle experiences as well. There are fabulous places to visit if you're stopping off in a coach or your transport getting you from A to B. Don't forget our beautiful market towns, such as Bradford-on-Avon, Corsham with its Poldark filming history, Marlborough with the Merchant's House, and Malmesbury with its independent shopping. There are great food and drink stop-off points such as the Bridge Tea Rooms, Stonehenge Inn and Carvery in Durrington. And if you fancy some unusual accommodation or places to visit, you've got the oldest hotel in England at the Old Bell in Malmesbury, and possibly the Stonehenge campsite and glamping pods. There's plenty of shopping too. With MacArthur Glen Designer Outlet in Swindon, they have hundreds of pounds worth of savings on designer goods that you can pick up there. Next door is the Steam Museum of the Great Western Railway, and nearby Lydiard House and Park, as well as Studley Grange and Butterfly World, also now got the garden centre. There's a fabulous city of Salisbury with the cathedral being a beautiful visit for any day out, and many more accommodation providers in Salisbury, like the Red Lion, who are particularly suitable for groups, Holiday Inn Salisbury Stonehenge, and the Legacy Rose and Crown. The National Trust favourites include Laycock, Stourhead, Avebury, Stone Circle and Manor House. And let's not forget the Kennet and Avon Canal. This year, Christmas in Wiltshire is going to be really exciting. Longleat, Stourhead, Laycock and the Steam Museum all have fabulous Christmas events. Our message for groups to visit Wiltshire between now and next year is to make sure you spend the time planning accordingly. Use our website, visitwiltshire.co.uk/groups. It's got loads of useful ideas and suggestions, suggested itineraries, details on coach parking, and why not even look at our Book a Wiltshire Tour section, where you can actually book packages with one of our partner tour operator contacts. Look to visit outside key holiday periods. So we're trying to extend our visitor season to take the pressure off some of the businesses. Contact me if you'd like any one-to-one support planning your visit to Wiltshire. I'm available on Flo Wallace at visitwiltshire.co.uk. And we'd also like to invite group organisers, coach operators, tour operators and any wholesalers who wish to attend Wiltshire to familiarise themselves with all the exciting things there is to see and do. So please do get in touch if you'd like to register your interest to attend one of our fan visits in the spring 2021. We really look forward to welcoming you to our beautiful county and we hope to see you soon.
As well as Flo, we've also spoken to Longleat, Bowood House and Salisbury Cathedral, and two of those will feature in other segments of the programme later on Heritage Houses and Gardens and Discover Animals. So we'll finish this introduction to Wiltshire by hearing about the world-famous Salisbury Cathedral.
The cathedral is an amazing attraction because it's never quite what you expect. You know, we have an archive, we have a library, we have the works yard, we have the tower, and we've got the world's oldest working mechanical clock. We've got amazing graffiti all over the building. We've got the largest cloisters in the country. It's set in a beautiful 80-acre close with rolling lawns and historic buildings. And within the close, there are a number of other attractions. So there's Montpesson House, there's the Salisbury Museum, there's Arundel's. We have 2 restaurants. So it's a place where you can do a huge amount in the space of a day. Visitors are now back. We're probably operating at half capacity. But there's an upside, which is, of course, that means you have the cathedral virtually to yourself when you're visiting. You know, we've got one of only 4 Magna Carta in the world from 1215, and we've just managed to reopen the Magna Carta exhibition. And during lockdown, we updated it. So we feel very vibrant at the moment. We'll be bringing out the papal bull that gave permission to the cathedral to move from Old Sarum to Salisbury. It's a very ancient document kept within something called St Osmond's Register, and that will be on display along with a 19-foot food scroll, which is all the food eaten by a canon chancellor in the 13th century. And then, of course, we've finally been allowed to let people see our art exhibition. You know, a whole range of major 20th and 21st century artists. We're pretty well set up for groups, but they have to book in advance by emailing our groups at Salcath email or phoning, and they have to visit in household group. We have guides sort of around the cathedral so that they can talk to people and ask questions if they want. And we're very lucky because we're blessed with an outdoor space, and we will be running kind of limited outdoor events like outdoor cinema and so on. We're also hoping to open some of our smaller specialist tours. We've had very, very popular specialist tours of the graffiti, the library, the tower. And keep an eye on our social media and keep an eye on our website because everything does go on our website. We've also got a great bookings team. If they get in touch with groups at salcath.co.uk or check out the group's inquiry line, we'll book you in.
Marlborough there as well. I was there just a few weeks ago. Very large high street Marlborough has, and some beautiful shops as well, so certainly well worth a visit. Now we're going to look around another area of activity of interest to group organisers, visits connected with Britain's amazing aviation and motoring heritage. Now, GTO's specialist correspondent on the subject, Guy Thomas, went to visit one of the most famous sites for both air and automotive history. It's Brooklands near Weybridge in Surrey, and also brings you news of other aviation museums to visit and also a chance to see historic planes in the air.
Hello there, my name's Guy Thomas and I'm the Aviation and Motoring Heritage Correspondent for Group Travel Organiser. I'm standing here beside the iconic flight test hangar at de Havilland Airfield in Hatfield. For this special TV programme, I've been asked for a roundup on visit opportunities for groups with an aviation or motoring heritage theme. So where better to go than historic Brooklands in Surrey, which combines both. So in a moment, you'll see my report from there, including a famous racing car, World War II bomber, and the iconic supersonic passenger airliner Concorde. And then there'll also be reports on 2 other very interesting aviation collections that have just recently reopened from my colleague Jeff Moore. So off we go to Brooklands. Welcome to Brooklands Museum, birthplace of motorsport and aviation. It was founded in 1907, and I'm here with Maddie, Brooklands visitor group organiser, and we're seeing some of the racing cars of the 1920s and 1930s on the famous Brooklands racing track. It was the first purpose-built racing track built in the world, as I say, in 1907. And one of the cars that is held in the museum here at Brooklands is Maddie's favourite one, the Napier Railton. And this particular car is a 24-litre aero engine, powered by this particular motor, and it was built in 1933. Its record and climb to fame is the fact that it was driven by John Cobb, who holds the racetrack all-time lap record of 143 miles an hour, which he achieved in 1935. Now, the other point to mention about the auto side at Brooklands is the wonderful arrangement of garages they've got. The service department for Malcolm Campbell, LBP Motors, R.R. Jackson, Archers of Aldershot, Lewis and Sons, and these are all garages that would have been built in the 1920s and 30s to house the cars, the racing cars, that shot round the elevated racing track. Now, to bring us up to date with the current situation, the cafe is built. The Sunbeam Cafe is COVID friendly, a wide selection of meals and drinks, and the numbers of visitors are kept deliberately low and managed effectively by the volunteers. So that gives you an insight into where we are with the auto side, and now for the aviation side. This particular Wellington, November 2980, was one of the original Wellingtons built at Brooklands in 1940, and this particular aircraft was recovered from a Scottish loch. It was recovered from Loch Ness in Scotland by British Aerospace in September 1985, and the reason it was recovered was it was one of the few aircraft in intact condition, although it's housed here at Brooklands. It, in its original state, obviously was a complete wreck, but it was complete. And the Wellington actually was on a training flight and had engine trouble, and it ditched into Loch Ness on the 31st of December 1940, and it remained at the bottom of the loch until, as I say, 1985, when it's recovered by BA and delivered to Brooklands. And it's now on its own display in this wonderful hangar, and represents one of the very few, one of 2 I believe, complete Wellingtons left in the world today, back at its original birthplace at Brooklands. Okay, so this is in times of COVID. I'm wearing a mask and I go on board Concorde. This is Concorde Delta Golf. This particular Concorde at Weybridge here represents the pinnacle of civil aviation industry to date, and was first designed and flew, rather, in 1969. And as we know, Concorde was decommissioned from service in 2003. And this takes you through the journey, or the route through the fuselage, from an exhibition at the rear end of the aircraft through to the centre section, which gives an indication of some of the early seating arrangements, with the rather nicely laid out tables with memos and diaries, and then we move through into the range of seating. And it is quite compact actually for a modern day airliner, but this was the way it was seating in the 1970s and in the 80s. And finally, towards the front of the aircraft, this plane used to expand by up to 2 feet in full flight, I'm told. We get through to the galley, and then finally through to the main cockpit, which is right at the front of the plane. And we can't go no further at this point. But we see the front loop, and the droop nose is in the downward position. And again, we've now got right up to date with British Airways as some of the original aircraft, and of course Brooklands has one of the last Concordes that were flying up until 2001, is now on static display here.
And that's it from me. Bye for now.
Well, I hope that may give you some good visit ideas. Now, finally, we've got reports on two important other aviation collections recently visited by my colleague Jeff Moore, who I mentioned earlier. Firstly, the Aviation Museum at Bournemouth is a unique collection of aircraft and control cockpits. Adults and children alike are keen to get in and actually handle some of these aircraft, and there's a wide range of opportunities to climb into cockpits of jets and piston aircraft and experience what it was like piloting those. And the second one is at Boscombe. There's a unique Royal Flying Corps exhibition built up over 18 months, which covers the period of 1912 and 1918, a unique collection of Royal Flying Corps material, including cockpits and clothing and collections of medals and so on.
Probably the only aviation museum in the country that has unlimited access to so many cockpits unsupervised. There are museums who have specific aircraft open to the public, but they nearly always have a volunteer standing by to when people are in the cockpit. We have, I've forgotten the number now, we have about 9 of these aircraft where the cockpits are open, there are steps there, and people can go and actually sit in. More importantly, children can sit in and handle the controls. And this is the big attraction of this museum. If they want to get in, they want to handle things. It is perhaps a little unfortunate that very young children want to press every button and to pull every lever. And this leads to a little bit of wear and tear. And so I think the trustees generally now agree that that's the way forward, with whenever possible will we open cockpits.
This is quite a famous aircraft.
Was bought and was owned by Peter Bath, who ran a very successful travel company along the south coast. This was his only aircraft which he leased. He used to come and see every movement off and got to know the passengers quite well. And so Bath Travel and Peter Bath has quite who's passed on now, has quite a following locally.
When do you plan to reopen?
Plan is to open on the 10th of July, just a few days after the general opening of pubs and restaurants and things. We don't know, we have no idea how it's going to go. We hope that people will flock here, but we are all looking forward to the opening. A lot of work has gone on with volunteers during the last 3 months while we've been closed.
This BAC 111 is in really good condition, so if you're in the Bournemouth area next time, pop into the museum, come and have a look yourself.
We're hoping by July that the Boscombe Down Aviation Collection will be in the first stages of opening to the public. And at that stage, we hope to be able to open the doors here at the Royal Flying Corps exhibition as well. Well, we started receiving the items about 18 months ago, and so I suppose really over the last 18 months we've built up a display here which you know, has taken some time, but we've gone to great lengths to give an overall picture of the Royal Flying Corps since 1912 in the year that it was conceived, through to 1918 at the end of the First War.
Do you think there's much more material out there?
Well, that's a good question, because we have had a few visitors, ad hoc visitors, before we open, and we haven't got around to opening officially yet, but we have had people in, and very often indeed, we get people saying, I've got an item, I've got something my uncle had, I've got something in the family. And we've already received things from members of the public who just want to put these things in a safe place for the display of the general good. Right, one of the interesting things to illustrate what I'm saying is that we had a gentleman who came in not very long ago completely unannounced, and he showed an interest in Royal Flying Corps matters and said that his great uncle had flown in the First War as a fighter pilot. And so I asked him his name, and he said it was Peter Goodfellow. I said, well, that's strange, because we've got the memorabilia of a Charles Goodfellow. And he was absolutely shocked to find out that it was his great uncle. And so we had his very own family information and articles in the cabinet that he could see, and he was very moved indeed.
So that brings us to the end of today's aviation and motoring heritage reports and news, and I hope you've enjoyed the visits and have got some new group troop ideas. Hope to see you soon. Bye for now.
Well, now it's time to introduce another of the GTO specialist correspondents, Jeff Moore, who's a travel writer and a filmmaker based in Dorset. And his first contribution for us today is to report on the big shutdown that's taken place in the cruising sector since the pandemic struck, and what might be the prospects for the resumption of cruise activity.
I thought for this one I would actually come up here and sort of show people what's actually the situation here with the P&O and the Cunard ships in anchor in Weymouth Bay. As you can see, it's almost Mediterranean. Quite an amazing sight, nevertheless, to see here off the Dorset Jurassic coast. And talking of the coast, where we're actually filming from, the cliffs are actually quite unstable, and they are slowly sinking down into the sea. But we're okay at the moment, it's not a problem. But I'll show you some shots of that in a little while, and so you can see, you know, what the situation is here. But it's a very popular place for people to come and look at the ships, and they're constantly during the day, you know, we're seeing people walking up and down to come and view the ships from up here. It's been a little bit of a relief, I think, for the COVID lockdown, because when people aren't locked down, they can, in fact, quite easily socially distance up here at the top of the cliffs, but get some great views of the Cunard and P&O ships that have been anchored here for the last several weeks. Pretty well immediately behind me is the Britannia, and the Britannia is the current flagship of the P&O fleet. It's about, I think it's about 143,000 tonnes. It's about twice the size of the Aurora, which is actually just left. So this is a typical example of what's been going on here over the last few weeks. We have this seaside shuffle, and P&O's flagship Britannia has now slipped her anchor and is heading off. We're not quite sure where yet, but we will find out, I'm sure. But I suspect that she will be back, as they all have been, coming and going constantly. So here, this is Portland, and obviously that's one of the reasons why this anchorage is so good, because that is actually sheltering the ships from westerly and southwesterly winds. The cliffs and the cove over here are sheltering them from the easterly. So all in all, this is a really good place to actually anchor 6, sometimes 7 and cruise ships at one time. And one of the other good reasons for anchoring here is it's free.
How quickly do you think the cruise ship sector will get its ships back to sea, and what kind of trips will be most likely to start first?
I think the cruise sector is going to bounce back very, very quickly. We've already seen MSC start sailings out of Italy, mainly sticking around the Italian and Mediterranean close to. I think we can expect a similar model for the UK market. I presume ex-UK, out of Southampton, out of Dover, out of Tilbury, will be the first to get sailing again. The ships are all ready, they're waiting for the government to give the okay. Itinerary wise, I think you'll see them stick relatively close to home. around UK's, maybe over to France if they reopen that one, up to the fjords around Iceland, and then possibly into a little bit of Spain and Portugal as well. Hopefully extending further, and by this time next year we'll be sailing fully back to the Med.
Will cruising be very different under the COVID-19 restrictions?
I can't see cruising being massively different. I think cruisers that are experienced cruisers will see the difference. They're used to ships being very, very clean. They're used to being sanitized. They're used to having hand sanitizer when they go into restaurants. I think the main things we'll probably see are areas of ships where large amounts of people group together at the same time, i.e. restaurant times, the theatre shows. I think you can see the restaurants probably being more staggered. Maybe the first and second sitting model will be a thing of the past. They could use the buffet restaurant for an evening, so they get a third restaurant on the bigger ships for the set dining. So I think you'll see things like that. Where the shows are concerned, I think a different show every night may be something they'll look at. I think you'll get 2 or 3 main shows that will run 4 or 5 times each throughout the week at various times, and limiting the number of people that go into the theatre. So the theatres won't be massively full. I think the things that you'll see, you'll recognise, because it's the things that are in place in towns, in hotels, in restaurants and bars that we're already experiencing.
So is it going to be particularly hard for groups to have a good time under the new regime?
I think groups are going to have a fantastic time on a cruise ship, as they've always done in the past. Cruise ships are very, very adaptable. We're going to have to wait for social distancing rules to relax a little bit more to see the larger groups, but smaller groups under 30, you're not going to see any difference at all. You're still going to have a fantastic time. Your excursions are going to be sorted out, and the ports are going to be welcoming, the ships are going to be welcoming, and as I said, you're going to have a great time as a group. Smaller groups first. I think the larger groups are going to have to wait for restrictions to be lifted.
Moving forward, how much do you think the cruising supply will be affected?
I think you're going to see some changes within the cruising industry. I think all the cruise lines are going to look at their hardware. There's probably some older ships that were planned to be coming towards the end of their life in the next 24 to 36 months. That could be brought forward. We've already seen P&O announce they're getting rid of one of their ships, but that is being replaced by the Iona that was supposed to start sailing this year, which obviously is going to sail next year, and another new addition to the fleet coming in the next 2 years. So capacity, they're going up, but they are getting rid of one of their older ships. Fred Olsen, similar lines, they're getting rid of 2 of their ships, but they're replacing those 2 ships with 2 fantastic new ships they've just bought from Holland America, which are going to be named the Bullet and the Borealis, and really, really exciting. Anybody's currently booked on Fred Olsen, don't worry, because the 2 new ships are taking over the exact itineraries that the ships that are going are leaving. So one's going to sail out of Dover, one's going to sail, I think, out of North, but I could be wrong on that.
What are the long-term prospects for cruising?
I think long-term for cruising is rosy, it's sunny, it's a fantastic product, it's always adapted to change. I think moving forward it's going to become even more popular. They had some bad press at the beginning of this, but so did a lot of things. It was an unknown situation, but moving forward, cruise ships will adapt to the situation better than hotels. It's going to be safer than going to hotels, going to hotel resorts. It's going to be cleaner, as it always has been. The itineraries are still going to be there. Your experience is going to be amazing moving forward. I think the cruise lines are investing in new hardware all the time. There's new ships coming, both on the ocean, and we mustn't of course forget river. River is growing, it's a growing market, and that's going to continue to grow as the rivers come back and we're able to go on there. And of course rivers fantastic for smaller groups. They're 80 cabins, they're in port every day. It's a fantastic experience. So those will just grow. We're going to see more rivers coming on, more ports, more destinations. I think we also see more immersive destinations as well, maybe moving away from some of the city-based cruises to some of the more interesting places where we've got our freer space. So people and groups that want to go and see the countryside, see some of the natural wonders of the world. I think ships are going to embrace that moving forward. So watch this space for, I think, what will be amazing itineraries coming in the next 4 or 5 years, probably even some of them starting next year.
Yeah, thanks for that, guys. Some very interesting material there from Jeff and Trevor. And obviously, difficult times for the cruising sector, sailing through those choppy waters. We hope things get back to normal very, very soon. Now, coming up in just a moment, our second prize winner announcement. But before that, yeah, you can see somebody's joined me. So we've got some social media feedback from you to our broadcast so far. And joining me is the lovely Ashley Riddler, who's from the GTO team. Good afternoon, Ashley.
Hello there.
How are things?
Yes, no, they're
Keeping you
good.
busy
yes,
today?
Yeah,
The
no, I'm
audience
busy
are,
upstairs. Yeah, they're tweeting in, Facebooking in. Yeah.
Yeah. So what are people saying so far?
Well, we've got a lot of excitement for the awards this evening. Of course, we've seen a lot of people in their gardens having their garden parties in their tuxes and cocktail dresses.
Are you
all getting ready?
Fantastic.
Yeah. No, a lot of people telling
Well
us
done,
about
guys.
a lot of people telling us about the trips they've got planned for next year, and unfortunately ones that got cancelled this year. But we've noticed a lot of people have been able to rebook for next year. So
Brilliant.
a lot of excitement for those.
Yeah,
up.
well, it's good, and we've just got to look to the future, I think, guys. It's really difficult now. Just in case people want to get in touch, we'd love you to get in touch as well. So please do tweet us or get in touch with us. And Ashley's got the details of how you can get in touch.
Yeah, so if you want to tweet us, use GTO Magazine and use the hashtag Celebrate Group Travel Day. And if you want to Facebook us, it's Group Travel Organiser Magazine, and comment on one of our posts, send us a message, or just email us at questions@landlordtravelpublications.com, and we'll try and answer anything on the air.
Brilliant, yeah, and we'd love you to get in touch. We've, as I mentioned, we've got a roundtable discussion coming up a little bit later as well. So if you've got some questions for our panel, then just get in touch with us, and we'll try and include them later this afternoon. Ashley, pleasure.
Yes,
Thank you very
nice,
much.
yeah.
Hope you'll join us a bit later.
Yes,
now
I
you've
will
been
do,
involved in this prize draw as well,
I have,
haven't you?
yes, yeah.
So wow, this is live
Very
telly, isn't it?
exciting, yeah.
And this is your phone as well,
It
isn't
is,
it?
yes.
Your
yeah,
mum's not going to phone me or anything,
Hopefully
is she?
not, no.
Okay,
If she does, give her a shout out, yeah.
All right, yeah. Hello, Mum. Hi, Ashley's mum. Right. So everyone stand by your phones. We're about to do this live now. This is our second prize. And it's a really, really exciting prize, isn't it? So shall we find out what the prize is? Let's find out, see what we've got. Another brilliant prize giveaway. And this time, it's, let me just check that we've got the right prize. This time it's your chance, here we go. Your chance to win a Eurotunnel crossing ticket to France for one car for up to 5 people. And many thanks to Eurotunnel for prize 2. So, here we go. Shall we give it a go?
Let's give it a go.
All right. Stand by your phones, folks. Oh, and just make sure if we're on your telly, just can you turn your telly down, because otherwise it causes a bit of a problem. Right. Dialing now. Oh, speaker. Ringing. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Who are you? Who am I talking to? Sorry, say again? Ah, okay. And it's a bit of a dodgy line. Oh, where are you?
I'm out.
Oh, you're out. Okay. Wow, you're having a great time out, aren't you? Whereabouts are you?
I'm actually out at the hairdresser's, believe it or not.
Well, I have to. Well, it looks very nice. Yeah. Well, can we get a Zoom call up with you? No, I'm only joking.
No.
How's it looking? You pleased with it so far?
Yes, it's really good, actually.
Oh, good. Oh, brilliant.
Really, really good.
Fantastic.
Oh,
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Well, I didn't know we were going to have anyone at the hairdressers today. So, well, you're looking very nice. Say again, sorry?
I just didn't want it to be very noisy.
Oh, that's okay. Tell me just very quickly, what's your involvement in group travel?
So I'm a travel agent. I've been running my travel agency for the past 5 years, called Fabulicious Travel.
Oh, I love the name, Fabulous.
I know. My involvement in groups actually started with an international group that I organised to Grenada. But obviously now with COVID-19 and the pandemic and everything, I'm looking to do more in the UK. But generally speaking, I kind of organise treats and pieces like that.
Oh, well, we wish you well for the future. It's very odd times we're living at the moment, but good luck.
Very good.
I hope the hair looks good.
Oh, yes, it does.
I'm sure it does. Of course, you're getting your hair done for the awards due later, aren't you? That's why this is happening.
Actually, no, but yeah.
Brilliant. Well, I hope you can join us for the awards a little bit later at 4:30. Thank you so much. And your prize, you've won a Eurotunnel ticket to France for one car with up to 5 people.
Oh, amazing.
So there we go. So thank you.
We can do that trip. We will be in that trip.
Brilliant. Well, it's been brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Lovely. Thanks very much. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. Well, there we go. That's fantastic. Oh, it's good giving away prizes, isn't it, Ashley?
Yeah.
Now, just quickly remind us about the tweets and the address that people can get in touch with us.
So send all of your tweets using the hashtag Celebrate Group Travel Day. And on Facebook, it's Group Travel Organiser Magazine, and just send us messages or comments and we'll try and read them out.
Brilliant. Thank you, Ashley.
Thank
and we'll
you
have
for having
another
me.
winner a little bit later on. Now, before we bring you our next feature in the programme on some beautiful gardens you can visit, we've got some more news on how Landlord Travel Publications have been quite innovative during the coronavirus lockdown period, producing a special publication looking at staycations with a very impressive digital equivalent. You can view that online. Here's Fiona Horan with more about it.
Hello again. Yes, we've been very busy during the last few months coming up with ways to keep our information flowing to group travel organisers and to present group travel opportunities in the best possible way. As I said earlier, we sadly took the decision to suspend publication of a printed magazine whilst travel and tourism activity was so heavily reduced, and thinking about destinations and attractions to visit was not really at the top of most people's agendas. And not only that, but things were changing quite quickly, and the magazine does take time to produce and distribute, and is not ideal for these circumstances. So we increased the frequency of our digital newsletter, Group Travel Grapevine, to every fortnight, and have put more information on our grouptravelorganiser.com website. This has included the latest government announcements, responses by industry bodies, interviews with coach and tour operators, and other help to organisers about how to plan a resumption of trips in this new changed world. One thing we thought was important to do was to help support the domestic tourism industry as it began to reopen. So we decided to produce a publication specifically addressing trips within the UK. We called it Group Trips Staying Local. Not only did we send it to our usual GTO readers through the post, but we also developed a brand new digital online magazine format, which allows you to read it in a really enjoyable way, and in some respects with even richer content than the printed version. Our designer, Claire Dam, has been highly creative in making the most of this opportunity, which we think breaks new ground for publishers like ourselves. As you can see, this is a great way to read about attractions. There is an index at the top which allows you to jump to a particular article, or you can scroll down and read the magazine in order. Links within the text or in the end credits allow you to easily access the websites of attractions and travel organisations for further information. Another thing we've done using this new innovative digital technology is to produce an extended version of a feature we originally ran in GTO magazine, exploring the history of silk making in England, and where you can still go and see parts of this amazing heritage. We're excited about how we can develop this format further, in particular for our advertisers. And I'm delighted that, in partnership with one of them, Riviera Travel, we've now produced a new kind of digital advertisement that can be dropped into these new online magazine reading formats. My colleagues on the commercial side will be delighted to hear from other partners wanting to explore how they can take advantage of this new presentational opportunity. This is not the only new way we found of communicating. This broadcast itself breaks entirely new ground in presenting group travel products and services. And it's been great working with people like the Visit Wiltshire team, including Salisbury Cathedral and Bowood House, Brooklands Museum, Bournemouth and Poole Tourism, and the National Garden Scheme in producing the content that you are watching this afternoon. We'll be making it all available through our website after today's broadcast. And do watch out for further film and video material that we will now be producing as part of our extensive travel information portfolio. Later in the programme, you'll be hearing from my new colleague Ashley about how she's been further developing our Great Group Trips blog site, where you can share ideas and experiences about group travel of all types.
Fiona Horan reporting for us there. Now, let's move on with that fascinating feature on the many gardens you can visit, prepared by GTO contributing editor Val Bainton.
Hello, my name is Val Bainton and I used to be the editor of GTO magazine, but now I'm contributing editor and I get involved in all sorts of projects for GTO, like this special TV programme. I've been asked to produce a feature about gardens, which seems particularly appropriate given the restrictions we've had on our movements in the last few months and the suitability of gardens for going out and about with your group, as they meet the restrictions and the government guidelines so much more easily than being inside. I'm speaking to you today from my own garden in Staffordshire, close to the famous Trentham Gardens and other lovely gardens like Biddulph Grange and Shugborough Hall. And I have found being outside in the garden and exploring a real consolation during the lockdown. With the amazing technology we have today, I've been able to bring together what's happening and an overview of gardens from around the country and as they reopen to visitors. I've been speaking to managers and head gardeners to find out what's particularly attractive this year and looking forward to their plans for 2021. I've always been particularly interested in the history of gardens, and later on in this feature I shall be giving you some details and looking at walled gardens and also kitchen gardens and examining some very interesting developments that are taking place around the country. But first we are going to catch up with the National Garden Scheme, which have gardens all over England and Wales, and I'm delighted to talk to Linda Shelton, the National Garden Scheme's Visitor Development Manager, to find out a little bit more about what they're up to this year and of course for 2021.
Thank you very much, Val. It's lovely to meet you, and thank you also to all our group organisers for joining us today. That's really fantastic to be able to be with you again in some way at least. The National Garden Scheme is a charity which has actually been going since 1927, it's quite a long time ago, and we help private garden owners open their gardens to raise money for the charity. We offer exclusive access for you and for other visitors to a wide range of gardens across England and Wales, from country estates to romantic country cottages to urban hideaways and even roof gardens. And in most years we have over 3,500 gardens which open across England and Wales, so there's a huge amount of choice.
So can groups visit gardens and how would they go about doing it?
Absolutely. Our garden owners, love group visitors. They love that. And of the over 3,000 gardens that we have, there are over 1,000 garden owners who welcome groups across England and Wales, as I said. So there's plenty of choice. The best thing really is that when you visit as a group, you organise a time and a date with the garden owner that suits you and suits them. And then when you go, you are the only people in the garden at that time. So you'll receive a really warm welcome from the garden owner, or sometimes the head gardener if it's a really large property. And you'll have plenty of time to explore at leisure, ask questions. Sometimes they will offer you an actual tour, sometimes you just have a wander around on your own. And in normal times, there's usually afternoon tea on offer if you wanted that for your group, or more of a in-depth tour as well, more structured tour. Obviously at the moment that's not being offered, but we hopefully, of course, that will come back for next year. The The gardens that are open to groups are all listed on our website, which is ngs.org.uk/groups. And against each garden's information, and there's plenty of information for each garden, plenty of lovely images, you will find the contact details for the garden owner, their email or sometimes telephone as well. You simply get in touch with them, suggest the dates you're looking for and organise it with them. They will give you all the information you need about parking, access, admission fees, whether or not refreshments are available, etc. And then you just simply go along and enjoy your visit.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Linda. That's a great roundup of what the NGS Garden Scheme has on offer this year.
Val.
And next year too. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for everybody for joining us today. It's been fantastic to be able to talk to you. Enjoy the rest of the showcase.
A distinctive feature of many public and private gardens that are open to visitors is the walled garden. With its protective wall creating a microclimate and sheltering plants and visitors from cold winds, these are really lovely places to walk around and may give you ideas of what to plant back at home. These gardens were founded at most country houses during the 19th century, and that was really their heyday. Their purpose was to provide vegetables, flowers for the household. During the 20th century, many fell into disuse and rapidly became overgrown and were lost, and nobody knew they were there. Several have recently been rediscovered and renovated, and perhaps the most famous is the Lost Garden of Halligan in Cornwall. There's a host to visit of these walled gardens, and their histories are very varied, and here are just a few to whet your appetite. Some walled gardens are based in the remains of religious cloisters, using the ancient walls of these religious buildings for their gardens. Such is the case at Abergavenny Garden in Wales, where a cloister from Elizabethan times forms a backdrop for one of its 3 walled gardens. And in London at the Charterhouse, the old monastery wall was reused for the garden. Kate Robinson, head gardener there, tells us more.
Hi, my name is Kate. I'm the head gardener here at the Charterhouse, and let me show you our gardens. Welcome to the Charterhouse. We are an almshouse and a heritage site, and we have over 40 older residents that live on the site, which is why we've closed the door to the public for this year. But hopefully we should be able to get people back to come and see our beautiful gardens next year. This is the Norfolk Cloister Garden, and it's so called because this wall here is part of the original monastery walls, but they were rebuilt by the Duke of Norfolk when he was under house arrest here in 1571. So it's the last part of the original monastery, but we have this beautiful garden which sits slightly lower than the rest of the Charterhouse gardens and is a little bit more shady. So the planting in here is slightly reflects that. So we have more white, pale pink and pale purple planting in here to brighten this corner up a little bit. And also it's more shade tolerant plants like these hellebores and these lovely Hydrangea paniculata and ferns. And in this lovely central parterre we have the silver leaves of the Santolina, purple agapanthus and these lovely white cleome which we grew from seed. And it's a lovely peaceful spot and a really lovely place to sit and reflect. And I hope you can visit soon. Thank you. So I hope you enjoyed a little glimpse of the Norfolk garden here. We've got plenty more gardens to show you, so please have a look at our website for all our online virtual events and our online shop. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Kate, for sharing insights into the garden and especially some ideas for shade-loving plants. That will be really helpful for my garden, I can tell you. Other walled gardens to visit in London include those at Fulham Palace, which is the former home to the Bishops of London. And there, the recently restored walled garden dates back to the 18th century. and of course at Kew Gardens, where the kitchen gardens were huge and were used to supply members of the royal family at Kew Palace. In 2019, Hillsborough Castle in Northern Ireland opened its renovated garden and kitchen garden. This was part of a huge redevelopment project that also did work within the house and over all of the gardens. So the new kitchen garden is a really lovely place to visit. And we are joined here today by the manager of the garden, Claire Woods, and also the head gardener, Adam Ferguson, and they're going to tell us a little bit more about the history of the gardens and what they look like today and how it supplies lots of lovely produce for the cafes on site.
The harvest this year really is momentous in the life of the garden because this is the first harvest that we've had since we were open to the public, and it'll be the first time then that we're going to have produce on sale. The wall garden here at Hillsborough, its real function is to produce fruit and vegetables for use in the cafe. So when you come in, you will see the permanent crops, you'll see the vegetable crops. Around the walls, you'll see some of our very historic espalier pear trees, which are over 100 years old. And it's really exciting because they're still producing really top quality fruit. The gardens here at Hillsborough were first enclosed at the time that the house was built in the 1760s. And by 1788, the walled garden had its walls all the way around it and it was in full production. So it was at that stage producing flowers and fruit for the house, feeding all the staff who lived on the site. It has been in use on and off over the centuries ever since.
This has been a massive year for us here in the walled garden. It's been so much work to get it to this stage, and it's been great that this is finally the first growing season. The winter months last year involved a lot of planning and preparation so that we have crops producing right through the year and being able to supply a steady flow of produce into the kitchens. We liaise very closely with the Yellow Door team and the kitchen staff in order to plan what crops is going to be coming into the kitchens. Everything is used, there's no waste whatsoever. We're able to use all the crops which are coming out of the garden.
In your traditional kitchens, you'd be placing orders for veg that you were sort of planning on the next day, where here at the end of the day we sort of go out and have a look what's going to be available to be picked. Certainly with the likes of the herbs in the garden, you'd be getting them in plastic packets delivered to your kitchen door, where here if we can be halfway through the day and we need fresh herbs, the guys will go out and just trim some herbs off, and it's a lot fresher and it's definitely a real selling point here. It is a lot nicer working this kind of way, and I know it does give the guys inspiration of sort of wanting to do something a little bit different.
The crops we're growing in this garden is heritage varieties of crops mixed with the more modern equivalents. It allows visitors to see the difference between the two and how crops have changed through the years. There's some really interesting heritage varieties of crops such as golden beetroot, which people might not have ever seen or heard of before. One of the more modern crops that we're using is parcel. This is a cross between parsley and celery, so a cotton celery as such. Although we are using modern equipment and methods, we are also using more traditional methods and how it would have been done in this garden originally. We're growing organically here. Compared to the crops that you would see in your everyday supermarket, these crops are a much higher quality and a much better standard, and the flavours are much more intense.
The layout of the garden is very traditional. It was originally designed and divided into 16 areas. We then actually have subdivided the areas to make them smaller and more manageable and easier for visitors to get up close to the vegetables and to the fruit and to walk between the beds.
Thank you, Claire and Adam, for sharing what's happening at Hillsborough Castle Garden with us. It really, really looks like there are some tasty treats to enjoy in the attractions, cafes and restaurants. So it's a great place to visit in due course. Many walled gardens are attached to a historic house, such as Hillsborough Castle, but some walled gardens are now standalone. And such is the case with Eastern Walled Gardens in Grantham in Lincolnshire. And we have been joined by Ursula Chumley, who is going to tell us how she and her husband have saved the garden and brought it back to life from 2001 onwards. Ursula, over to you.
Welcome to Eastern Walled Gardens. On the 70th anniversary of the Gower Report, which highlighted the dreadful plight of historic houses by the middle of the 20th century, I just wanted to talk to you a little bit about what happened here. This was originally the front drive of a big house called Easton Hall, and it has been here since at least 1592. There was a medieval manor, and then it became a grand Victorian country house. My husband's family have lived here for over 400 years, so our children are the 14th generation to be brought up here, but there is no house anymore. The house itself was requisitioned twice, once as a convalescent home after the First War, and secondly as a barracks during the Second War, and that was really when the main damage was done. And if you had come here 70 years ago, the front door would have been just here. We've just put a plaque here that shows where the front door was. And looking out over the gardens, I'm going to walk across through where the house was. And this was the orangery, looking out over the south lawn here. And then a huge conservatory that looked down over the gardens here. So as it was a barracks during the Second World War, 2 para were stationed here. They were extremely brave, but very wild young men, and they let off rounds in the house, grenades into the greenhouses. And so my husband's grandfather, Hugh, made the heartbreaking decision for him to pull the house down in 1951, just after the report was published. And thereafter, the entire site fell into rack and ruin for almost exactly 50 years before we decided to try and at least restore the gardens. And we've been working on this ever since. You wouldn't have been able to see this view 20 years ago because it was just covered with sycamores and self-sown ash. And now today it's a big day for us because we're delighted to welcome back our visitors, having been closed for coronavirus. So it seems an auspicious day all round, and maybe you'll come and visit us and see that there is hope after what must have seemed after the war really a very desperate situation. So thank you for listening in.
Thank you, Ursula. Eastern Walled Garden is currently taking bookings for their special weeks next year, Snowdrop Week in February and Sweet Pea Week in June and July. Now these do get booked up really, really fast. So if you are interested, I would recommend that you inquire as soon as possible. Other beautiful country houses with walled gardens include Bowood House in Wiltshire. And here, the private walled garden are open once a month. And we have Jen Edmondson, Head of Marketing for Bowood House and Gardens, to tell us more about the gardens that you can find at Bowood House.
Bowood is a 2,000-acre country estate based in the heart of Wiltshire. Bowood House has been home to the Lansdowne family since 1754 and passed down through the generations. The present occupants are the 9th Marquis and Marchioness of Lansdowne, and they opened Bowood to the public in 1975. We have over 100 acres of pleasure grounds around the house and gardens, so we've been able to implement, really safe social distancing, but we haven't actually been able to welcome groups back at this point as yet. So we are actually only open for 8 months of the year. Traditionally, we've always opened between April and October, and then the season ends. So we won't be extending the season next year. We're just very much looking forward to 2021, and we'll reopen the season on the 1st of April next year. And I think, from a group's point of view, obviously we had to cancel most of our group tours for this year, but you know, I'm really pleased to say that the majority of those have already rebooked for 2021. We'd introduced new head gardener tours and a change to our private wall garden tours for 2020, so we'll roll those through to 2021. So we host a large number of large-scale events during the year, ranging from an Easter egg hunt through the grounds to a classic Ibiza concert for 6,000 people. Every autumn, we host a game and country fair. Now, even though those have all had to be cancelled for this year, we have managed to reschedule all of them for 2021. So, you know, it's looking very positive for next year. For any groups to contact Bowood, you can find all the details via our website, which is bowood.org. And so you can call the office, email the office, and our team there will be, you know, happy to help with any group inquiries and bookings. And we very much look forward to working together to welcome group visitors back to Bowood next year.
In Lancashire, at Leighton Hall, joint owner Susie Arthurs has made the planting of her wall garden a really personal project. When you visit, there are some beautiful roses and fragrant blooms, a vegetable garden, and very recently a bee corner has been opened. And Susie is on hand now to guide us round her lovely walled garden. Over to you, Susie.
Hello everyone, my name's Susie and I'm going to take you on a little journey into the walled garden at Leighton Hall, which is one of my very favourite places. A bit like a secret garden. We go in through the gate and here we are walking under some lovely shady arches into a double herbaceous border. We're between a double herbaceous border with some lovely traditional English planting spilling over the paths. As we go up the path, we are going to find ourselves in our new project, which we call Bee Corner. We're very keen to show our visitors the importance of pollinators, the importance of bees, what we can do for them, and particularly something about their lives. We've got a nice board here which tells us all how important bees are, why they're so important. And even more important than that, this one, how we can help the bees, how we can all help our pollinators, our bees, our butterflies. And I hope we will welcome you to Leighton before too long. There's much more to see and we'd be delighted for you to come and see us.
Meanwhile, over the Pennines in Yorkshire, Scampston Hall walled garden dates back to the 18th century, but it has quite an interesting little twist, because although it's in a very traditional walled space, the owners of the hall have used the landscape designer Pete Udolf to come up with some very, very contemporary designs as part of the garden. And this features some lovely meadow areas and wild grasses. So it's quite an interesting place to visit. Looking ahead, Europe's largest garden project is due to open on the 11th of May 2021. This is RHS Bridgewater Garden in Salford, Manchester, and it is actually the RHS's 5th garden. It features a huge walled garden of some 11 acres, which is just one part of the 154-acre site, which is all being transformed and replanted, and it will be an absolutely wonderful place to visit. We have the curator, Marcus Chilton-Jones, and other members of the Bridgewater team talking to us now, and they're going to share what the garden means to them and give us an insight into the work they've been carrying out.
RHS Bridgewater is the largest gardening project in Europe at this point in time. We're working across 154 acres, but the focus is very much on the wall garden as the epicentre of the site at this point in time.
means quite a lot to the area, you know, especially as it's so close to an urban setting.
On this particular side of Manchester, but it's the north and the west of Manchester, there is nothing. So this is going to be a big attraction here. It might make a lot of city children think about either getting into gardening or agriculture.
It's acting as a nucleus for change in the area. We're now at the really exciting phase of bringing in new plants to the site. The team have just embarked on a programme to put in 100,000 plants over the next 6 months.
The experience is absolutely great. As you can see, I'm here today in the rain. Nothing's going to stop me. I think that it is good for the soul to be gardening alongside like-minded people on a project as significant as this.
Thank you to the Bridgewater team for sharing all those insights into the garden, and I for one cannot wait to visit next year. But of course, meanwhile, while we're all waiting, the other RHS gardens are still open, and I really look forward to welcoming you to these lovely gardens throughout England. Finally, as with all the gardens we've mentioned, do please get in touch with each garden before you visit to check the opening days and the hours, because these do change throughout the season to reflect the time of year. And also you will then be able to check how to pre-book your tickets, what facilities are open, and also get the latest information on the number of visitors and guests you can include in your party, because this does vary from place to place. It's important to remember that all these new government guidelines are in place to help us and to make sure that we all have really safe and enjoyable visits wherever we go. But I think the key message is these gardens are open, many gardens are open, and they're really looking forward to welcoming us there. So thank you very much for joining us today.
Yes, how delightful, Val. Let's hope we have a little bit more of that lovely summer weather to visit some of those gardens next month. And also, of course, plan those visits for next year. Now, you'll notice two people have joined me. Joined in the studio here on the set by a very familiar face you'll know from the telly, and a very funny man, Patrick Kilty. That's right, isn't it, Patrick? You pay me to say that.
To be decided. To be decided. It's always good to get a nice build-up just before you're actually due to host. And here he is, absolutely no pressure. I mean, you know, if it works, it's entirely, yeah.
Brilliant. And also, we have the lovely Sarah Jeffrey, who's the awards director for the 2020 Group Travel Awards, a much grander broadcast than this. I'm like your warm-up man, aren't I?
I mean, what I'm trying to work out is, I mean, did you not get the memo? I mean, we're actually done our best here. It's, what was quite nice was leaving the house dressed like this and actually walking down the street in London and just getting the looks from people. And they're thinking,
well, you're looking very smart.
Where's the party?
The party's here, but the party's at home as well, isn't it? So you guys are ready to go then, 4:30, 4:45 today?
We're
getting all glammed up?
Yeah, obviously I do need to transform, but then I'll be ready.
And you were telling me that people sort of guessed, a bit like the Queen, what will she be wearing?
That's a big surprise.
Oh, right.
You'll have to wait and see.
So this isn't the actual...
No.
What?
No.
I actually thought
No.
I thought this was the...
I'm having a Cinderella moment later.
My goodness.
Yeah.
You look lovely anyway, Sarah.
Thank
as
you.
Always,
You're too kind.
So tell us a bit more about the awards then. How long have they been going now?
So this is the 24th Group Travel Awards, which is very exciting. I've been involved for the past 11 years.
Wow.
And we've got over 25 categories that are voted for by the readers of Group Travel Organiser magazine. And nobody knows the results until we have the grand reveal tonight, which is very exciting.
With the fabulous gold envelopes, which are sitting in the corner there.
The envelopes are there. If anybody is watching, I will be giving my phone number out on Twitter. I am happy to take a bribe and read out any name. I'm just putting it out there.
Brilliant.
I'm just putting it ready to go.
And from all sectors of the industry, isn't it? From all over.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Everything from hotels, attractions, destinations, tour operators. Yeah, everyone through the group travel industry.
And we wanted people at home to be very much involved in this and to be as smart as Patrick, let's say. You want them all
Wow.
dressing
See,
up.
well, you're going to
He's
glam
setting
up.
the bar high, isn't he? But
Well, he
yes.
is.
I'm changing into a pair of Paw Patrol pajamas.
Amazing.
Just putting it out there.
Yeah, we are
Fantastic.
running a best dressed competition. So we want people to be posting their pictures of them at home or in their offices in all their glam finery, and we'll be judging that later. We've got an amazing
Fantastic.
prize up for grabs too.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. So,
Yeah.
oh, come on, guys. You really need to make an effort now. Sarah's going to looking fabulous. I mean, look, she looks great anyway. But, oh, brilliant. Well, we look forward, Patrick, a little bit later on to see you.
We're all set. How many years have you been doing this?
The awards have been going for 24, but I've been doing this for 11 years.
Okay. And this is my first.
Wow.
And I'm determined that this will be the final Group Travel Award.
Oh, we're going to have some fun.
Stop.
Just make her a bit more nervous, that's all.
It's fine, I don't think I can
We
be more
are
nervous than I
live.
already am.
There is nothing that can be edited.
Brilliant, lovely. Well, guys, it's been a pleasure. And we, well, it's just an hour away now. So
Yeah.
brilliant. We look forward to it. It's going to be a glitzy night. And it'll be a fun night. Well, you might win. Who knows? You're going to have to keep watching a little bit later. So I'm really looking forward to that. I hope you are too. Starting then at about 4:30 following this segment, and also a brief intermission when you'll be able to view some other nuggets of group travel information. Now, before we continue, it's time for a short commercial break. Yes, thank you so much to the NHS and all the key workers helping us through these very difficult times as we look to the future. Well, now it's time to enjoy more information about a group travel destination. This time, we're off to the sunny south coast of England, specifically Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, and other Dorset delights in there too, as recommended by Jeff Moore.
England, from Mersham to Scilly is 34 leagues. Let every good man drink up a full
Welcome to Dorset, and this is the sailing ship Moonfleet, which operates out of Portland and will take you along part of the Jurassic Coast to Durdle Door and Lulworth Cove, and it's just a great couple of hours under sail, admiring this lovely coast that we have here in Dorset. Another way is to run from Poole with City Cruises and get a trip around Old Harry Rocks, and again part of the World Heritage Jurassic Coast, along to Swanage. Or perhaps Wareham, where there are some delightful walks around the town, either along the river or around its medieval walls. The Riverside Walk will help you work up a bit of an appetite, and when you sort of head back into the centre of Wareham, you can stop off. There's a couple of hostilleries there to feed and water you, and after that you can maybe get back on the river again. How about paddleboarding or kayaking on the River Frome? This video was shot at Weymouth in Dorset at the Bennett's Water Gardens, and these former series of clay pits have been turned into a wonderful collection of lakes where some of the UK's best water lilies are grown, and probably the star of the whole gardens is the Monet Bridge, and this is a recreation of that very famous painting, and it's certainly well worth a trip to see it. And it's great that you can pose for some pictures on it and generally just have a nice relaxing day there. But of course the other thing you can do is take in a nice Dorset cream tea as well. Okay, enjoy.
I mean, the history of the site here was it was the old clay pits for brick making in Chickerell. In doing so, they disturbed the groundwater and flooded. They flooded once the pits closed. So a few years after that, my grandfather Norman Bennett saw the opportunity. He already had an interest in growing aquatics and water lilies, so he took on the site and planted up the lilies, many of which are still here now growing. There's a few national plant collections in the UK. We've got the largest collection. It's a reference collection, so like I said, there's over 200 examples of different species and cultivars on display. We've also started growing lotus in the last year, which you see on the in the tropical house at the entrance.
Could you tell me a little bit about your Monet Bridge?
Okay, so that was installed here in 1999, and that was done in the year that Claude Monet's famous water lily pond painting of 1899 was on display in London. So we recreate the painting rather than the actual garden in Giverny. So that's why we've got the blue colour to match the painting. We also do weddings. The gazebo here, that's been used for the past 15 years to conduct wedding ceremonies. And we've got the cafe, which does small functions. Dorset cream tea is, quite a popular one, as is the Dorset apple cake, which is always nice served warm with a bit of clotted cream.
Wow, what a lovely treat for all you gardeners. A fascinating and unique garden. I was imagining we were in France there. What a great little treasure that garden is. Well worth a visit. Well, now here's Ashley Riddler, the latest member of the GTO team, who's been with me for the prize announcements today. She's here now to tell you all about the new project she's personally responsible for, reaching out to group travellers online in this recording we made in the Landor office.
Hi, I'm Ashley. I recently joined Landor Travel Publications a few months ago after graduating from Bournemouth University Media Production. Currently, I'm the editor of Great Group Trips. I'm here to talk to you today about Great Group Trips, a strand of Group Travel Organiser magazine. Great Group Trips is a blog about travel for any groups of any age or any size. We're a website where you can share your tips and experiences of your group trips, as well as find inspiration from our experienced team and other like-minded group travellers. We'll post ideas for your group trips in the UK and around the world. But most importantly, we want to hear from you. So head over to greatgrouptrips.co.uk today to see what inspiration you can find for your future group trip and to share your story with our community. In the past few months, everyone has been adapting and adjusting to the current situation we find ourselves in. And the travel industry has adapted in innovative ways to make group travel possible once again. On Great Group Trips, we won't bore you with science and reminders of guidelines. We aim to give you tips and ideas on places you and your group can go and how you can get there. Great Group Trips is a website where you can share your experiences with our community. You can find tips and inspiration on finding your next great group trip.
And Ashley's here now. We'll be chatting to her in a minute. But coming up is our third prize winner announcement. They'll be the lucky winner of 2 tickets for a champagne visit, the view from the Shard. Wow, sounds great. What a prize. Love to do that. But first, thanks for sending us in all your tweets and emails. It's been great to have you very much a part of this because we're bringing everyone together. So let's catch up with some of that social media feedback, which is brought to us by Ashley herself, who's live with us in the studio again now. So, Ashley, a busy afternoon for you. What have you got for us?
No, we've had a lot of people have been writing in, telling us where they're watching from. We've got Janet, who's watching on YouTube. She's watching from the Norfolk Broads.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, she's
Norfolk
on holiday
Broads.
there. Yeah.
Gosh, I had some lovely holidays on the Norfolk Broads.
Yes, yeah,
Wow.
lovely. We've got Richard, who is also on YouTube. He's really enjoying the information that was on John Logie Baird. Apparently, some places in South London have claimed him as their own.
Oh,
so
yes,
yeah,
this
there's a
sort of-
lot
that's
of
right.
that going around.
Okay.
We've got Catherine on Twitter who's enjoying the programme. They're looking forward to welcoming groups back to Bristol and Bath. So
Bath
hopefully,
and Bristol,
yeah,
lovely part.
hopefully
My
we can
sort
get
of part
going
of the
there.
world. I'm a Devon boy, my lovers. But yeah, wherever you are in the country, we just hope things sort of get back to normal, guys, very soon.
Yeah, we've had Richard Whittle on email who was really enjoying the Brooklands piece. And he was asking, where else can you still visit Concord? Do you know any of the places? Or?
Oh, gosh, I don't know.
No,
There's one in Scotland, I think.
Yeah, we've got one in Edinburgh. So that's the Museum of Flight.
I remember one on the Thames, more down at Isleworth once.
We've
with all
also
the ducks swimming around it. But,
Yeah,
that's obviously
lovely.
where it is now.
Yes, yeah.
It's gone up to Edinburgh.
Perfect. Yeah, we've got one of Aerospace Bristol as well. And there's also the Runway Visitor Park in Manchester.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, Richard, there's where you can visit the Concord.
Fantastic. Now we've still got time on our programme this afternoon, so we want to keep
got
you
plenty of
busy.
time. Yes,
still keep
yes,
you busy.
to keep sending in everything.
Yeah, how can people get in touch?
Yes, so you can tweet us on Twitter with GTO Magazine and use the hashtag Celebrate Group Travel Day. And you can reach us on Facebook, which is Group Travel Organiser Magazine. and also email us with questions at landortravelpublications.com. And
Brilliant. Guys, there's no excuse. Come on. Get in
Send
touch.
it all in,
us.
yeah.
We're here live with you this afternoon from some fabulous studios with a brilliant team here in London. So thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thanks for bringing us up to date with
I'll
everything.
have some more soon.
Yeah, brilliant. Lovely. Thank you. Right then, time to move on with our next prize giveaway. My phone here. Hope you've got your phone there. It could be you. This time, those of you who pre-registered online before the programme stand a chance of winning another fabulous prize. This is the view from the Shard with champagne.
Yes, we've got 2 tickets for the view with the view from the Shard with 2 champagnes. So, yeah,
Shall we see? We're going to see if we can give them away.
hopefully,
Thank you
yeah.
for the loan of your phone as well.
Yes, yeah, welcome.
I nearly phoned your dad earlier.
no.
That could have been interesting, Dad.
He would have had a
couldn't
lot to say.
it?
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Prize number 3. And again, oh look, I put it on. What have I done, Ashley? I've
There
just
you
turned
go.
the speakerphone
That's
off.
fine.
Okay, there we go. We're set. You see, people shouldn't let me loose with technology.
No.
Right, here we go. Exciting, isn't it? Oh my goodness. Dial. Oh, speaker. Oh, it's connecting. Champagne for you at the Shard if you pick up. Oh no, not. Don't go to voicemail. Oh, hello. Who am I talking to?
Mike Hillman.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
Who's that?
Do you know who this is, and do you know why I'm calling?
I can't place your voice, I'm sorry.
Well, don't say anything rude. You're live on the telly at the moment. You're broadcasting as part of our Celebrate Group Travel Day. Do you remember entering a competition?
Yeah, but my wife did, and she's downstairs, and I'm upstairs on the...
Oh, okay. Oh, my goodness. Well, there we are. Was it a joint effort?
Yeah, well, it is actually, yes. Yeah,
So-
yeah. Oh, well, it's really nice to hear from you.
Oh, it's really
She said to
good.
me-
Do you...
She said to me, take the phone, you never ring, but there we are. Oh, well,
Well,
done.
my
I'm
goodness.
going to hand you over to...
Oh, okay. Your
assistant.
wife's there. Your glamorous
Okay.
assistant.
Thank you.
Live telly. I love it.
Hello, it's Jenny speaking.
Hello, Jenny. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Good. And just remind us where you are.
We're in Bagshot. We represent the Wintlesham and Camberley Camera Club.
Oh, wow. So you're very much involved in group travel then.
Sorry?
I said you're very much involved in group travel then.
Yes, we are. Yes,
Yeah.
we run a European holiday every year, and also day trips and evening visits.
So if things...
Obviously, everything has been cancelled this year.
Yeah. Oh, what a shame. Well, hopefully next year things will steadily get back to normal.
Yes,
and...
we have rebooked for next year with fingers crossed.
Oh, well,
Yes.
well, I think we're all thinking that as well. So let's just hope we can get this awful pandemic out of the way and move on
Yes.
with a normal life again, hopefully.
That's right.
But
Yes.
anyway, you know why I'm ringing. You entered the competition.
Yes, I did. Yes,
And-
I've been watching it
Oh,
downstairs.
have you? Oh, well, oh,
And my
thank well.
husband's upstairs on his computer.
Oh, brilliant. Well, listen, you won a fantastic prize. You're going to the Shard in London to enjoy the view, and a magnificent view it is too. There we are. We can see it on the screen there. So you'll be inside that building. I hope you've got a head for height, and you can enjoy some champagne, courtesy of the Shard as well.
Lovely. Thank you very
Brilliant.
much.
Well, thank you so much. It's been a pleasure chatting to you, and good luck next year as well with your rebookings.
Thank you very
Take
much,
care.
and very interesting show.
Oh,
Thank you.
good. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it. We're trying our best.
Yeah.
It's lovely chatting to you. Have a nice afternoon and enjoy your visit to the Shard. Okay, take care. Bye.
Bye. Bye.
Marvellous. Oh, that was nice, wasn't it?
That was lovely.
Now, I don't want to. There we are.
Oh, thanks.
Phone. Right. So yes, another lucky winner there. Well done to them. What a fabulous prize that
I
is
know.
as well. the
I'm very
Shard.
jealous of that
Fabulous.
one. Yeah.
To go. Now it's time for another report from the Landor Travel Publications team, one of your colleagues, about one of the areas in which there is a specialist product, the Discover Animals website, with its excellent news and features about the world of wildlife and how you can visit animal attractions of various kinds. Here's Simone Brooks and Abby Bates.
Hi, my name's Simone and I'm content editor for Discover Animals, an online guide to a world of wildlife featuring news, reviews, interviews, competitions and a shop filled with nature-inspired goodies.
Thanks for the introduction, Simone. and I'm Abby Bates, Editorial Director at Discover Animals. I'm also responsible for the website, which is our specialist online guide covering all things to do with animal experiences and wildlife tourism. You'll be hearing more from me about that later in the programme. And just to remind you, Discover Animals can also be found on Apple News and across social media channels including Instagram, Twitter and Facebook, keeping you up to date on all the latest animal news wherever you are. It's been a tough year for wildlife collections around the UK, with zoos, safari parks and aquariums forced to close their gates in March due to COVID-19. Lack of ticket sales and donations had a devastating impact, but despite this, life carried on behind the scenes as keepers and staff continue to care for the animals, and the animals continue to do what comes naturally, including breeding and having young. The Discover Animals website covers all sorts of interesting events at zoos, wildlife and animal attractions. Here today I can give you a taste of the things that are happening, which now offer great reasons to get out and visit animal attractions across the country. Among the new arrivals this year, Trentham Monkey Forest welcomed 4 endangered Barbary macaque babies. Marwell Zoo, a critically endangered black and white rough lemur and zebra foal, and Drayton Manor Park celebrated the birth of a critically endangered spider monkey baby and twins for the adorable emperor tamarins and pygmy marmosets. The warm spring weather saw butterflies emerge early this year, with a record 53 species making an appearance by the end of May. With more time on our hands spent at home during lockdown, we connected with nature like never before. We became citizen scientists in far greater numbers, counting garden birds for the RSPB's annual survey, butterflies and moths for the Big Butterfly Count 2020, and native mammals for a People's Trust for Endangered Species study. There was positive news for beavers this year, with rewilding successes in Scotland and England offering hope for one of our most endangered mammals. Plans are also underway for the Wildwood Trust to reintroduce the native wildcat, another endangered British mammal found only in the Scottish Highlands, and bison as part of a groundbreaking conservation project to restore ancient woodland in Kent over the next 2 years. The British and Irish Association of Zoos and Aquariums announced the winners of their annual photography competition this summer. Open to zoo or aquarium staff and volunteers only, the winning photographs showed the important work of conservation organisations nationwide and gave us a rare glimpse of life behind the scenes during this very challenging time. By July, as lockdown restrictions eased, we were able to visit wildlife attractions once more, although not in the way we did before. Some parks were even able to unveil new habitats, including an immersive wallaby walkthrough at Marwell, brand new Mayer exhibit at Stratford Butterfly Farm, and brand new enclosures at Yorkshire Wildlife Park for the red pandas, otters and spotted hyenas. Looking ahead, October will see the much anticipated launch of Paradise Wildlife Park's Land of the Tigers exhibit, where visitors can watch majestic big cats swim underwater in a first for the UK. Also in October, Hamish the polar bear, famous for being the first cub to be born in the UK for 25 years, will leave his Highland Wildlife Park home for a new adventure at Yorkshire Wildlife Park's Project Polar Reserves. Longleat in Wiltshire reopened towards the end of June. Set in 10,000 acres of grounds, highlights include 1-year-old tiger cubs, who are not so little now, giraffes, zebras and cheetahs. Within the walkthrough areas you will find meerkats, giant anteaters, red pandas and reptiles. 5 southern koalas are amongst the newest residents, arriving in March 2019 and housed in the purpose-built Koala Creek walkthrough area. Although not welcoming groups back until next year, as you'll see, there is still plenty for families and individuals to explore. If you'd like to keep up with all the latest animal news, get inspiration for great places to visit and be the first to hear about our fantastic giveaways, visit us at discoveranimals.co.uk or connect with us via social media at DSCVR Animals on Twitter and Instagram, and at Discover Animals on Facebook. And remember, if you've got any suggestions or ideas for great animal stories that we should be covering, or experiences you've had during visits, then do get in touch with either me or Simone via the website. And now, an appeal on behalf of conservation charity, the Zoological Society of London, narrated by Sir David Attenborough.
The Zoological Society of London has made an outstanding contribution to conservation and to our understanding of wildlife for 200 years. Today, ZSL's work is vital in driving forward the vision of a world where wildlife thrives. Its two zoos, London and Whipsnade, are home to over 20,000 animals, many of which are endangered in the wild, from tiny dart frogs to majestic tigers, and everything in between. ZSL now faces its toughest challenge to date. Put bluntly, the national institution is now itself at risk of extinction. The coronavirus pandemic forced London and Whipsnade Zoo to close its gates for the first time since World War II, cutting off vital income. Without your help, we could see the closure of the world's oldest scientific zoo, the place where generations of people have forged a love of wildlife through their joyful encounters with animals. Now, more than ever, we must support the work of this global conservation charity.
It's an amazing man, David Attenborough, and what an influence it's had on our understanding of the natural world. I've certainly enjoyed introducing many of his landmark TV programmes down through the years. Well, next this afternoon, we've got a short discussion coming up in the studio here with two very knowledgeable travel and tourism experts. It's going to be led by Fiona Horan, who's the GTO editor, who's just joined me. Afternoon, Fiona. And also with her, our guests here this afternoon, talking about the current situation in the travel and tourism and leisure sector. And hopefully things are progressively getting back to a more sort of normal in these strange times. And we also have with us in the studio Glenn Thomas, previously from TravelSphere, who's now head of group sales and partnerships at Wendy Wu Tours, who operate international group ships, and must have been certainly badly impacted by the pandemic. And also, last but not least, Kurt Jansen, who's director of the Tourism Alliance, which is the industry body for UK tourism and leisure. And now, if there's anything you need to know about what's going on in the sector, Kurt's our man to ask. Not putting the stress on you at all. So, Fiona, it's over to you.
Okay. First of all, Glenn.
Hi.
Lovely to meet you.
You too.
Tell us a bit about Wendy Wu Tours.
Okay, well, Wendy Wu Tours started off in Australia over 25 years ago. The HQ is now based in London, where Wendy is actually based. She is a real person and she does work from the office. And we specialise in long-haul holidays. So we are the market leaders to Japan and China. We also do Southeast Asia, Central Asia, India and South America.
So obviously, having many trips to China, how were you initially affected by the pandemic and the lockdown?
Well, the pandemic obviously hit us first with it starting in China. And as a business, we obviously go by whatever the government demands us to do. The customers were given the option, obviously, to cancel their holiday or transfer it. The majority, I'm pleased to say, actually transferred their holidays to a different date. In fact, it was as high as 75% moved their holidays, which was absolutely amazing. So it shows the dedication and the wanting to travel still. And those that didn't were obviously given a full refund.
You're already quite booked up then for next year.
2021 is looking very, very good. Yes, yes. 2020 is not going to be so good.
No, that's very unfortunate, isn't it? Yeah. Have you restarted your holiday program yet?
No, our program is cancelled up until the end of October, and we will be reviewing it as and when the government advice comes in. If I was a betting man, I think that will probably continue to the end of the year. But at the moment, we are cancelled up to and including the end of October.
And how have Wendy Wu Tours adapted to COVID-19?
Well, it's amazing how much has gone online, put it that way. We are doing webinars, which has been a godsend. So instead of doing a live presentation to a group of people, we've actually been doing webinars, and we're doing about 15 a week at the moment, which can be personalised to either an individual group or travel agent or set of home workers. And more we do it, more and more people want them done.
So that's fantastic news.
Yeah. Zoom meetings, obviously everybody's doing Zoom meetings
Yes.
at the moment. And we do have a bi-weekly quiz night with the group organisers, which has proved very successful.
So you're staying in touch with your clients? Or
Absolutely, yes. We've been staying in touch all the way through.
And you've been very busy.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
We've had
That's
some,
good news.
I mean, I'll give you an example. We had one group organiser who actually followed my holiday to India at the beginning of this year on Facebook. And said, you know what, I would like to do that for my group, but I really don't think I'm going to get enough people to join it. I says, well, let's aim, for 20. We'll do a webinar. You can put it on Facebook. People can view it at their leisure. He's actually got 75 passengers booked up and signed to go on that trip now next year to India. So it shows you the power of social media.
And so during this lockdown, you have discovered new ways of working, have you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. The internet's an amazing thing, and we at Wendy Wu Tours are certainly embracing it.
And what can groups look forward to next year? Have you got any new holidays and excursions and
well, as
ideas?
the general brochure, we're introducing the Middle East next year, so Israel, I think, is going to be very popular, along with Jordan. But for groups themselves, we can actually do anywhere in the world. So we will have an extensive programme in North America. We've already started bookings in Croatia, Greece and Malta. So basically, with any of our huge following of group organisers, whatever they want to do, we can come up and do the deal for them.
Fantastic. And I've heard that Japan is very popular as well. You're getting a lot of bookings for Japan.
Yes, definitely. Japan is going exceptionally well. In fact, I've organised my own group out there next year, which is actually full now. But yeah, everybody's clamouring to get there for cherry blossom or the autumn. But yes, it's proving to be very, very popular.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Thank you very much, Glenn.
You're welcome.
Hello, Kurt.
Good afternoon.
Lovely to meet you.
You too.
Could you tell me about the Tourism Alliance and what you do?
Sure. The Tourism Alliance is an umbrella trade association for the tourism sector. What we do is bring together 60 trade associations, membership bodies, to present a consistent, coherent message to government on how they should be supporting the tourism industry at the moment.
And you've been right in the thick of it, haven't you, during the pandemic? Because we've been getting bulletins from you every day about what's happening and what the government is saying, etc.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's been a kind of a very reactionary time because it's been a learning experience, not just for trade associations and the general public, but also for the government. Nothing like this has happened before.
No.
So the government is developing and implementing schemes as they go along. So it's been a very fast and furious process to be involved in.
And now that things are opening up again, how do you see things? I mean, what's working and what's not working, and what's still difficult for groups?
Sure. I mean, we're getting to the stage where most of the industry is open, although there's sectors that aren't open at the moment. Business, tourism, events, conferences, things like that, still restricted. Also, inbound, outbound tourism, although there's no restrictions on it, it's very difficult, so it's at a very low level at the moment. But apart from that, domestic tourism to rural seaside areas doing very well.
Yes.
Visits to stately homes, places that are outside, where people can control their environment, where they can maintain social distancing, all going extremely well, or up to a certain point. City-based, not so well. City breaks really down, and 50% of domestic tourism is the city centres, and they're really suffering at the moment.
We've seen this as well because we're based on the south coast. So I mean, I've seen in Hastings where we're based that it has been really busy actually. The seafront obviously very busy in the last couple of months, and Eastbourne as well very busy. And of course you see all those shots of the beaches in Bournemouth and etc.
Yeah.
But coming here to London, a bit different.
It's pretty much dead in London, to be honest. It's being hit by three factors coming in together. First is there is basically nothing happening in the way of inbound tourism at the moment, and London gets 50% of inbound tourism to the UK.
I mean, most of them land here for starters. don't they?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that immediately takes about £15 billion out of the London economy, which is a huge number. Then you've got the situation where people don't take domestic holidays in London. Domestic tourism in the UK is travelling from urban areas to rural seaside, not in urban areas like London. And people are concerned about bringing their family into town, travelling on public transport, visiting attractions that are inside. Even though the industry's done a fantastic amount of work to make them COVID safe, getting the confidence back into people is a difficult task. Although Eat Out to Help Out has been a fantastic program, and trying to rebuild that confidence and demonstrate to people that the industry has worked fantastically hard on making sure that we can present a really good customer experience in a very safe environment.
Yes, I think once people have sort of broken that fear, I must not go into a crowded public. Once they start going to restaurants again, that's it, isn't it? Then they're almost back to normal for that.
Exactly.
Apart from for the capacity, of course, which is bad news for the restaurant, isn't it?
That's a very difficult issue because even though a lot of attractions, restaurants, pubs are operating at full capacity at the moment is only 25% capacity in normal times. So even though places may look busy or you can't get a ticket to go into a place, that doesn't actually mean that they're making money at the moment.
No.
So they're going to have, if they can't make money during the summer, it's going to be very difficult to make money during the winter when you don't have the outside space, people are not travelling as much. So government support will continue to be needed for the tourism industry to get it through to 2021.
I think people are generally quite worried about, their local pubs and places like that as well, because they realise that they can't operate at a profitable level, even if they're as full as they're allowed to be.
Yeah, it's a very difficult time. The predictions by Visit Britain and the National Tourist Board are that domestic tourism is going to be down by 50% this year, inbound tourism down by 80% this year. If you add up the money, that's just under £70 billion out of the tourism economy. And if you translate that 70 billion into jobs, that's over 1 million people. And that's an underestimate because that doesn't include the airlines, the airports, or people working in the outbound tourism industry, because a huge amount of the money spent on outbound tourism actually goes to British businesses and maintains British jobs.
And tour operators and
Travel
airlines
agents,
and yes, and
Thank you
airports.
so much. Been a real insight at what's happening in the industry, and I think as crossed as we head into the autumn and winter. I know those are going to be really, really difficult times, aren't they? So, but we're all optimistic, I think, aren't we? But
Yes.
we have to be
Next
optimistic.
year will be much
Absolutely.
better.
Thank you so much. A really, really great discussion there. Thank you, Fiona, Glenn, and Kurt. Thank you. Taking time to join us this afternoon. Hope you'll be around for the awards dinner later on.
Yes.
Oh, good. Glad you'll be watching. Well, sadly, we're getting towards the end of our programme now, but not before we've presented one more amazing prize and had this report on a newly emerging visitor experience. It's the Great West Way concept, which is designed to help you explore the fascinating route from London to Bristol and all the attractions along the way.
The Great West Way is a 125-mile route between London and Bristol. It's based on one of the first great roads commissioned by the Kings of England, and it joins up many of England's iconic destinations and attractions and offers an extraordinary variety of English experiences not found in any other part of the country. It's one of a number of successful projects made possible by HM Government's £40 million Discover England Fund, administered by Visit England. Our vision has been to create the world's premier touring route between London and Bristol. You can travel from London near Hampton Court, Kew Gardens, past Windsor Castle, Eton College, Laycock Abbey, Marlborough, all the way down the route to Bath, Bristol. There's a multitude of destinations and attractions along that route that is suitable for both groups and independent travellers. The Great West Way project is focused on creating world-class tourism experience, winning new business and market share for Britain, growing the visitor economy and transforming the visitor experience along and around the route. The route is suitable for visitors to travel by car, coach, rail, cycling, walking or by boat. Discover the whole route with a range of themed itineraries and trails, including heritage, food and drink, countryside, etc. We've been working with hundreds of attractions and destinations along the route. There's definitely traction, and we're building up our network of ambassadors all the time. The Great West Way is not just for overseas visitors. We're working all the time with group organisers and even consumers that are wanting to domestically travel and explore the Great West Way. When we originally got the funding, that focus was heavily on the international market, but now we're delighted that the domestic market can access this material and can explore in the same way that our international visitors can. We do provide suggested itineraries. You have both consumer itineraries and some trade itineraries. So these are available on the website. So there's lots of ideas for everybody. With regard to day trips versus overnight experiences, there's nothing to stop people from coming into the Great West Way region as a day visitor. But obviously what we're trying to do is make people aware of the variety of accommodation options that are available to people. And of course, where possible, we like to encourage the overnight stay. So if you're interested in the Great West Way and you want to find out more about it, please do visit greatwestway.co.uk.
Wow, it looks good, doesn't it? Amazing history and culture there, and such a variety over not that long a journey between London and Bristol, only a couple of hours really. Right then, it's our final prize winner announcement coming up very soon, but as you can see, Ashley is with us, and that final prize is looking good as well, isn't it? It's was it 2 first-class tickets for the LNER train service between London and Scotland?
Definitely come in handy.
I think you've got hold of some good prizes today, haven't you? Brilliant. So yeah, that's coming up very, very shortly. So stand by your phones if you pre-registered. Well, Ashley's here again, Ashley Riddler from GTO Magazine, with some more audience feedback from Twitter and from you emailing in as well. So over to you, Ashley. What's been happening? What are people saying?
We've got some more tweets in it. It's just a lot of teams have been getting together. So we've got the team from Edwards Coaches. They've been enjoying from South Wales.
Oh, well done, Edward. Hello, South Wales. Well done, Edwards Coaches.
We've also had the team of the University of Kent, and they're already tuning in for the award.
Fantastic. We're like the warm-up team for the awards, you see. Sarah and
the
Paddy are backstage, and they look really glamorous, don't they? Not that we don't.
No, we're warming up for them.
Okay. Any other
we've
things?
had Rosemary Barnes on YouTube suggested visiting the Scampton Walled Gardens in Yorkshire, which that seems like a lovely place to visit.
Good
so
idea.
if you're on your
Thanks
Walled Gardens journey,
some of those gardens we saw earlier looked absolutely fantastic, didn't they?
Yeah, no, they look lovely. There's a few on the list now.
You get some nice weather in September and October time.
So hopefully, fingers crossed.
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
can get off and visit them. Yeah.
Good, and here's your magazine. I'm just going to hold it up. This is the GTO magazine, but you're very much involved in the online bit of it, aren't you?
Yes, so I'm more the great group trips and a lot of the online social media side of it.
Just remind us, because obviously people are joining us on YouTube on this special pop-up TV channel with Landor today. So just remind us of the websites.
So you can visit the website at www.grouptravelorganiser.com. You can find digital versions of the magazine.
Digital version of the magazine on there. And your website as well is very much a sort of different angle as well, isn't it?
It's more community-based. So we want to hear from you, and we want to reach out to the group travellers and hear their side of the story. So we want to post articles where you've been, where your favourite places, like hidden gems that you found.
So Ashley is the lady you need to get in touch with.
Yeah.
We'd love to hear from you. Ashley, you've been brilliant this afternoon. Thank you so much.
So have you.
Yeah, thank you. It's been an interesting afternoon, but it's been great. It's been great fun.
Wonderful.
Now, this is the bit I really love, he says at Reading. This is the final prize winner, the final prize winning announcement. So who do you think it is? Everyone's like, oh, please ring. So it must be really frightening if your phone starts to ring when we dial it. Shall we give it a go? Yes. Okay, we'll do that very, very shortly. But yeah, it's been a really nice afternoon, guys, being with you this afternoon. And as we said, we've got the award dinner coming up a little bit later on. Well, it's not a dinner this year, it's something slightly different, but it's really glamorous. Saw some of the rehearsals earlier and they're fantastic.
They look lovely.
So good luck to you guys if you're you're part of that. Now, I think we'll make this final call, shall we, for our prize. Let's give it a go. Everyone waiting. This is going to be your phone ringing. I'm so pleased it's You're going to answer. You're watching. Is it going to go to voicemail? They're not going to answer. Am I phoning your dad? How many more rings shall we give it?
We'll give it a few more
A few
rings.
more?
Yeah.
Okay. Come on, answer your phone. You're going to miss out on a prize. This is our last prize, isn't it? It's the first class tickets on the LNER train service between London and Scotland. Oh my goodness. Perhaps somebody else is having... Oh, fantastic. Hello. How are you? Who are you? I'll just tell you, you're live on the television at the moment.
Really?
You are. Do you remember entering the group travel the group travel competition? You pre-registered?
Yes. Somebody phoned me earlier.
Oh, okay, all right. And what's your name?
It's Hannah.
Oh, hi, Hannah. How are you doing? Whereabouts are you, Hannah?
I'm actually on holiday at the moment in Fleetwood.
Oh, you're in Fleetwood. How's your holiday going?
Great, but the sun's out again.
Oh, is it? Oh, the sun's shining. That's good to know. And how's Fleetwood? What have you been up to there?
It's great. Well, Monday and Tuesday we were on the beach a lot.
Oh, okay.
The sun came out. It was absolutely gorgeous. Actually sunbathing.
And where are you originally from?
From Leeds.
Oh, you're Leeds. Okay, so so it's a well-deserved break.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a bit windy.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
I can't hear you that clearly.
I hope you've got a bit of a suntan as well. It's nice to know the sun's out as well. Now, the tickets. This is your prize, by the way. So
Right.
You've won a very nice prize, actually. So I don't know who you're going to take. You've got 2 first-class tickets for the LNER train, and that's the service between London and Scotland. Very smart train. Look at that. You'll be travelling on that beautiful train.
Brilliant. So the new one. I can't remember what it's
Yeah.
called.
Oh my goodness. Oh, I wish I was coming. Any idea who you're going to take, or?
Yeah. Well.
Oh,
yeah,
you
possibly, but I
don't say
can't
anything. I was going to say you could upset somebody now, so that's your secret. Well, enjoy the rest of your holiday, won't you? It's been lovely chatting to you this afternoon.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
That's all right, and I'm
Brilliant.
glad you answered your phone. What took you so long?
Well, I'm actually not in Fleetwood. I'm on the other side of the River Wye, not End, and we were just busy watching the ferry crossing.
Oh, okay. And you thought, oh, hang
I'm
on.
getting quite excited about that and not wanting to miss it.
Oh, we nearly hung up. So that was brilliant timing. Well done.
Yeah, well, thanks again.
And
Yeah.
enjoy the rest of your trip. Enjoy your trip to Scotland as well, won't you?
Yeah. Brilliant. Yeah.
All right.
Thank
Lovely.
you.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Bye.
Bye. Oh, actually, I was thinking the last one wasn't going to work.
I know.
There we
I'm
are.
so
Let me
glad
not-
she picked up.
Let me not phone your dad. There we go. That's your phone.
Thank you.
Thank you for the loan of your
That's
phone.
okay. Anytime.
And we got well done, everyone. I'm sorry if you didn't win. So that's
No,
but,
next
there's
time.
always next year.
Yep.
Well, we hope so anyway. Right. Thank you for
Yeah,
joining us.
thank
It's
you.
that's nearly the end for us. It's the end of this first group travel showcase program, which is certainly going to step in a new direction for Landor Travel Publications and the group travel organizer team. One thing I'd like to mention here is that obviously the pandemic lockdown unfortunately has made it impossible to hold this year's Geo Travel Show at Kempton Park, another part of the GTO stable. See what I did there? GTO Kempton Park.
Very clever.
Anyway. Okay, but we've got some good news.
Mm-hmm.
We'll all be back hopefully at Kempton Park next spring, April 2021, with all the valuable and enjoyable face-to-face interactions between group travel buyers and sellers. So we're really looking forward to that.
forward
Hope
to
you can join us there. So yes, it'll be great to enjoy those get-togethers once again. Fingers crossed for next year. We hope so. Hope things are going to get back to normal, especially for you guys watching as well. It's been a really odd time, hasn't it? But hopefully gradually things are opening up and we're moving forward again. So finally, before we leave you, On this part of today's programme, can I remind you, the Group Travel Awards, the live broadcast, will be starting here in just 45 minutes' time, about 5 o'clock today, 5 o'clock. So we'll be back here. And between now and then, there'll be a short intermission when we show some information content on screen illustrating some of the new digital products recently introduced by Landor Travel Publications, including the Group Travel Grapevine, Great Group Trips, a beautifully presented online feature as well, an article about England's history of silk making, which would be interesting, and an innovative digital version of the Staying Local publication. So thank you, Ashley, for being here. Thanks to everyone who's joining us today in the studio, on the phone. It's been a really nice afternoon. I hope you've enjoyed our programme, first for Landor, of course, and I hope you've had as much fun as we have bringing it to you this afternoon in this special GTO event today. You'll be watching Celebrate Group Travel Day with Landor Travel Publications. From me, Dean Idiot, thanks for watching, and we hope to see you again very soon.
Good evening and welcome to tonight's programme. This is a very special evening for us, as well as for all of you watching in the group travel sector. The Group Travel Awards presentation night is always a really significant date in the travel trade calendar, but this year it's also a significant step for Landor Travel Publications and the GTO team. You won't need reminding about the sad and highly disruptive impacts of the coronavirus pandemic this year, and the fact that that's made having our normal great industry get-together all glammed up and glittering impossible. But necessity is the mother of invention, and that's why we're here in a TV studio in London to bring you the awards live on your own pop-up television channel that's being watched around the country, free to view on YouTube TV. Tonight's awards broadcast is the second part of a day's dedicated group travel broadcasting under the Celebrate Group Travel Day banner. It began this afternoon with our group travel showcase on this same channel, featuring reports, ideas and competitions from around the group travel world, providing an exciting new route to market for those in the sector to reach out to their audience on the most modern media platform available. Now we are beaming this year's awards announcements into your homes and, in some cases, little gatherings in offices of those hoping to be announced as winners. All the elements we have on stage at the traditional awards are here tonight, including a wonderful celebrity host in Patrick Kielty to take us through the evening, in a perfect double act with GTO's own irrepressible Sarah Jeffrey, who's been working like a Trojan to produce this evening's broadcast together with our production partners AOK Media and its producer Reza Pakravan, who has travelled and filmed in over 65 different countries and is no stranger to travel television. So, without further ado, the 2020 Group Travel Awards are about to begin. Please do take photos and share them with everyone on Twitter using the hashtag GTAwards2020, and you may be featured in tonight's show. Now please welcome your hosts for the evening, Patrick Kielty and Sarah Jeffrey.
Good evening and welcome. Thank you for that magnificent round of applause, studio. It's always lovely when you come into a studio. We're a little bit nervous. It's the first time the awards have been done like this. Your name is... Oh no, it's too late now. It's too late now. We'll do that again. Please welcome your host, Patrick Kielty. There we go. You see what they've done is they've now actually gone ironic. That's what they've done. Henry, take us back to the start there. There we go. Welcome, folks, to the 2020 Group Travel Awards, aka the All Dressed Up and Literally Nowhere to Go Awards this year. We're actually doing this.
We are doing this.
We are actually doing it. Yes, the Group Travel Awards. Only 3 words, folks. But 2 of them have been banned for a year and a half, and so we're delighted that we are here at all. And because it's the Group Travel Awards this evening, most of you are watching on your own and have travelled all the way from your kitchens to your living rooms, and we can't thank you enough for making that effort. And by the magic of television, folks, I am actually hosting this awards from my downstairs toilet. Here it is. There it is. It's also my pleasure to welcome and show some love for GTO's partnership and product director, Sarah Jeffrey. Come on. Yeah.
Thank you.
This is the first time Sarah and I have been out of our onesies since March. Get in there. And I have to say tonight, it is a big deal for Sarah. It is a bit of an emotional night because all the work that put in to make this happen this evening. But we have a deal, Sarah. She has promised not to cry if I promise not to fart. And one of us has already broken that promise. How you doing, Sarah?
I'm good. I've got my tissues at the ready.
Yeah.
It's going to be an emotional night, but this is really exciting. I'm ready to go. You ready to go?
I am ready to go, folks. The Group Travel Awards night is always a highlight of the Group Travel calendar. Let's have a little look back at some of the previous years.
shots, aren't you?
What a fantastic venue, the food is fantastic, the buzz is amazing. What a brilliant evening.
What a fantastic event, well done guys.
Brings together all of us, you know, for a night of celebration of the good and the great of the travel trade industry.
Oh my goodness, that's so emotional.
I just got, it's just so emotional just watching all those drunk people.
Yeah, there was a bit of that. There was a bit of that. The travel trade really know how to celebrate, and we've had some truly fantastic times. Now, although we can't all celebrate under one roof tonight, we are really excited to be here in the TV studio in London to bring you the awards live on your own pop-up television channel.
Yeah, and if you thought the last few years was good, folks, this year will be even better because you're not actually here. Think about this, folks. If you're nominated for an award tonight and you don't win, you can now finally stick two fingers up at the winner and shout, "I never liked you arseholes anyway." No one can hear you. And there's no one to judge you for starting drinking at 11 o'clock this morning. Just me. Also, if your children are at home, don't worry. Feel free to use them as waiters for crisps and gin. That's the way it works. And if you do win, don't worry if they're back in the back of shot, Sarah. All our crew here have worked on hundreds of awards, and I think I can speak for all of them when I say it makes a nice change to have the kids turning up during the ceremony rather than 9 months after the event. What goes on group travel stays on group travel. Also, some jokes and some truths. I mean, also because most of you are at home this year, all our winners' trophies will be presented by Deliveroo. So please listen out for that doorbell, and if you win, folks, no speeches on the doorstep. He's got a Nando's and 2 dirty burgers to deliver by 6. You also have my word that the trophies will be delivered on time tonight, folks, so don't panic. There will be none of those tantric deliveries that Sting and his wife like, where you stay in all day and no one comes. So best of luck to all our finalists who've worked exceptionally hard to give their clients the best of service. Yes, sir, I know, I'll never be back.
This has been recognised by the readers of GTO magazine, who have voted for them accordingly.
Before we find out who the 2020 winners are, we'd like to extend a big thanks to all our sponsors who've made such an important contribution towards ensuring the success of this event.
The 25 main group travel awards are voted for by the readers of GTO magazine. Voting forms were circulated via the magazine, or readers could choose to vote online.
Readers were free to nominate anybody that they felt should be included in each of the categories that cover all the aspects of organising a group trip. Everyone who made it to the list of finalists should be considered very lucky unless they lose tonight. The winners haven't been told.
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows who has won, however, we hope. Are they tuning in?
I hope so.
We hope that they are tuning in tonight.
In addition to our main awards, there are also 5 special editorial awards, which have been decided by the team at GTO.
Finalists for the main awards will be announced in alphabetical order. I will reveal the runner-up. The category sponsor will then announce the winner. That is to prevent me from being bribed and announcing the wrong winner. When we come to your category, we'd love you to record your reactions and share them with us using the hashtag GTA Awards 2020. There's going to be a best dress.
There's a best dress. We want to see lots of photos on Twitter.
I mean, the standard, folks. This is the standard that you got to get to. Girl, got it going on. Share your pictures of you and your team in all your findings. I mean, also, if you're just sitting there tonight watching this, eating hula hoops in your wife fronts, we want to see that too. We definitely want to see that picture. And it is quite hot in the studio, so by the end of this, I could be sitting hosting these awards in my underwear. Don't picture that. Don't picture that.
We have got an amazing prize up for grabs. The best dressed will win a pair of return tickets on Eurostar. So I am really looking forward to seeing those photos and videos.
Yes, we are. The winner can choose 2 return tickets with Eurostar on any route. Paris, Brussels, Lille, Amsterdam, Rotterdam or Disneyland Paris. Get snapping. Don't forget to use GTA Awards 2020 as your hashtag. Share your photos. So, are we ready?
We're ready.
Is our little crew ready?
Ready.
Okay. Are we ready? Yes. Okay. Here it goes, folks. We are on with the first award of the night.
The first award is Best UK Destination for Group. In this category, nominations were made for towns, cities and seaside resorts throughout Britain.
The category is kindly sponsored by Dashes Holidays, and to present the award is Paul Harper, who is joining us this evening. Good evening, Paul.
Hello, Patrick. Hello, Sarah. Hope you're both well this evening.
Okay, there he is, ready to rock. Shall we see who the first round of nominees are?
The nominees in the Best UK Destination for Groups category are Bristol, Canterbury, Greenwich, the Isle of Wight, Kent, London, Stoke-on-Trent, and York.
There you go, and we can tell you that the runner-up is Canterbury. Let's see if you're still applauding when we get to Award 30. Paul, can you please open the envelope and tell us which UK destination has been voted for as best for groups?
I am pleased to announce that the winner for the best UK destination for groups is... Congratulations to the Isle of Wight.
Famous for the needles, guarded by a 19th century lighthouse, the Isle of Wight is also known for its beautiful beaches, great scenery, and of course track and trace. And there will be a special prize for anybody tonight who can track and trace where the 5 million quid was that was actually spent on that app. Thank you, Paul, and congratulations. I'm actually congratulating physical islands. Congratulations to the Isle of Wight. You deserve it.
The next award is Best Event for Groups. This category has had nominations from readers for a wide range of different events, from Christmas celebrations to summer events, music and military shows.
This category is sponsored by Eurostar International. Would you please welcome Steve Roby, Sales Manager, UK B2B Partnerships, to present the award. Good evening, Steve. It's a real person. It's a real person, folks, in the studio. Hey, all the cameras are fixed. We
Just
can't
about.
get the shoes up on the podium. Come on, you got to get the shoes.
My leg's that height?
Come on, you can get them up there. Oh no! Lockdown, out of shape.
Yes, absolutely. Exactly. All this working from home has done me in.
They're very. How would we describe those?
Red.
They're
Shining.
They're
pointy.
very back to Kansas click.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're ready to rock with the
I
winner. We can tell you that the runner is.
We need the nominee.
Oh, the nominees! Hang on.
Where's the nominees? Somebody's getting too excited.
Don't worry, folks. This isn't live. We'll edit that out. The nominees are.
The nominees in the Best Event for Groups category are Christmas at Kew, Kinrin, An Epic Tale of England, RHS Garden Wisley Flower Show, Royal Ascot, the Royal Edinburgh Military Tattoo, and Thursford Christmas Spectacular.
And for the second time this evening at no extra cost, I can tell you that the runner-up is RHS Garden Wisley Flower Show. Well done. Okay, Steve, here we go. Open that
Who's it to
envelope.
be?
The winner is.
Goodness me. It is Kinren, an epic tale of England. Congratulations.
Well done, thrilling choreography, amazing stunts, water jet, special effects, pyrotechnics, it has it all, folks. It delights and dazzles the senses. Huge congratulations to Kinren and thanks to Steve for joining us.
They're amazing too.
They are amazing.
Next up, we have Best Group Tour Operator.
Okay, I believe the way these awards work is that I should possibly give the nominees first.
See, that's quite helpful.
That
You
is
follow
quite.
that pattern,
I
it
can
works
see where
for
we're going
me.
with this. Here they are.
The nominees in the Best Group Tour Operator category are Airedale Tours, Dacia's Holidays, Great Days Travel Group, Isle of Wight Tours, Riviera Travel, Success Tours, Travel Editions, Travel Sphere, and Just for Groups.
The runner-up is Airedale Tours. And Patrick, can you tell us who is this year's winner?
The winner is. This is the moment that the cash in my pocket becomes real, folks. I'm going to give the actual correct winner. Best Group Tour Operator is Isle of Wight Tours. There we go. Well played to everyone at Isle of Wight Tours, established 30 years ago. One of the best reputations in the business. Congratulations. Okay. We crack on. Sarah.
We do. Congratulations to Isle of Wight Tours, and I'm sure that Shirley, Jeff and all the team will be popping open another bottle of bubbles over there in Sandown.
We want to see pictures of that, by the way. If they are popping the bubbles. We don't want to see the actual first bottle being popped. We want to see the pictures from, I mean, we've got a while, don't we?
Yeah, we've got a while. Maybe number 10.
Okay, so who's...
there's a lot of them. There's a lot of them.
Okay, please keep the pics coming. Now we move on to our next award. Best Information Product for Groups. Group organisers voted for a mix of websites and printed products.
The nominees in the Best Information Product for Groups category are English Heritage Group Visits Guide 2019-20, Leeds Castle Brochure, Windsor Great Park, the Savile Garden Group Visits Guide, SilverTravelAdvisor.com, SuccessTours.com, and TravelEditions.co.uk.
And the runner-up is Leeds Castle Brochure. Congratulations.
There we go. That's a runner-up, and I can tell you that the winner is Barnard Castle for the Dominic Cummings. Oh no, sorry. The winner is www.traveleditions.co.uk. Well played. Travel Editions set up 25 years ago, offering a range of cultural short breaks, extended tours, apparently for travellers, not tourists, that weren't readily available on the high street. Many congratulations to the team at Travel Editions. Yes, yes.
And
5 awards in, and the crew just got, yeah.
We've lost them. We've lost them already. And we are now on to Best Canal or Riverboat Operator Group. This category recognises the canal or riverboat operator that has provided the best water-based services for groups.
This category is sponsored by the Go Travel Show. Please welcome Daryl Murdoch to the studio to present his award. Daryl, can I just say, first of all, the fact that you've actually gone formal without the jacket in a room that's like a furnace. Very.
I left the shoes at home though, so it's a shame the wife didn't put them in the suitcase.
The wife didn't put them in the suitcase. It's a very, very strong look. This is a it's a great category. Obviously, with lockdown, there's nothing more than all of us would like is to escape our homes and go in the tiny, confined space of a boat with lots of other people. The runner-up.
No, let's do the nominees again.
The nominees.
The nominees in the Best Canal or Riverboat Operator for Groups category are Canterbury Historic River Tours, City Cruises, Crossy Europe Cruises, French Brothers, River Cruise Line, Stuart Line Cruises, Thames Clippers, and Windermere Lake Cruises.
So far, you may have noticed that the winner tonight is Sarah, and the loser is me. The runner-up is City Cruises. Come on, let's hear it for City Cruises. There they are. Daryl, can you let us know the best canal or riverboat operator for groups?
Sure. And the winner, if I can get this out, is French Brothers.
They are based on the Thames at Windsor, Runnymede and Maidenhead. Family company French Brothers offers group and boat travel, including afternoon tea cruises.
Nice.
Very nice. Remember, if you're watching, please share your pictures using the hashtag GTA Awards 2020. We're looking for the best dressed team. Even if you're the worst dressed, we still want that picture. Sarah.
The next category is Best Sea Crossing Operator Group. Each year this category proves a popular one, confirming that the sea crossing is an important factor when planning a group excursion.
This category is sponsored by the University of Kent. We're going to go live to Sheena Butterworth to present the award. Hi, Sheena.
Hi, Patrick. Hi, Sarah. It's great to be here. Fantastic pleasure to be presenting the Golden Envelope.
Go. Sheena, of course, like myself, been drinking. Let's find out. Nominee.
The nominees in the Best Sea Crossing Operator for Groups category are DFDS, Eurostar, Eurotunnel, P&O Ferries, and Whitelink.
The runner-up is P&O Ferries. Come on, there we go. Sheena, please open that golden envelope and tell us who the winner is.
Right, here we go. Everybody ready? And the winner is Eurostar.
There we go. Is folks, sea crossing is Eurostar, even though it goes under the sea and not across the sea. And of course, commiserations to Chris Galing and his imaginary ferry company didn't quite make it down to the finalists. Congratulations, though. Quick links from London to Paris, Brussels, Amsterdam. Eurostar's international high-speed railway services carried over 2 million passengers. Well played. And thank you, Sheena. Okay, Sarah, which category do we have next?
Thank you, Patrick. The next category is Best Historic and or Garden for Group.
Slash and
Slash.
or. Houses and gardens.
And or.
Big favourite for group travel with a plethora of options. We just put the word plethora in just to see if I could pronounce it after the amount of Prosecco I've had before the show started, which apparently means a lot of. We asked to vote for the historical garden house that went the extra mile to make the visit one to remember. The category is sponsored by LNER, and we're connecting live to LNER's Kerry Holland, who will present the award. Hiya, Kerry.
Hi, Patrick. Hi, Sarah.
See, that's how you do it, folks. That's how you brand. You don't just
branding.
sit in front of a wall in the picture like Sheena. You get the company logo up there. Now, the runners and riders, folks, here's the nominees.
The nominees in the Best Historic House and or Garden for Groups category are Blenheim Palace, Buckingham Palace, Hampton Court Palace, Leeds Castle, RHS Garden Wisley, Royal Botanic Gardens Kew, the Eden Project, the Savile Garden, Waddesdon Manor, and Woburn Abbey and Gardens.
Here we go. The runner-up is Blenheim Palace. So, Kerry, who have the readers voted for as our winner?
The winner is the Savile Garden.
Located in Windsor Great Park, the Savile Garden was created in the 1930s. Beautifully designed gardens and woodland can be enjoyed by everyone with 35 acres of interconnecting gardens, hidden gardens, Springwood, summer gardens, New Zealand garden and more. Thank you to Kerry and congratulations to the Savile Garden. Sarah.
Next, we have Best Ocean Cruise Line Operator for Group. Ocean cruising is a great choice for group wanting to enjoy the journey as much as the destination. This category is kindly sponsored by Travel Editions.
So please welcome Travel Editions Business Development Manager Ellen Walker to the studio to present the award. Good evening, Ellen. Nice to have you here.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Normally what happens now is that I jump 3 parts ahead in the script and try to announce a winner. But even I am stupid enough to know that we now have to say, here's the nominees.
The nominees in the Best Ocean Cruise Line Operator for Groups category are Cruise and Maritime Voyages, Emerald Waterways, Fred Olsen Cruise Lines, Hurtigruten, and P&O Cruises.
And the runner-up is Cruise and Maritime. There they are. Popular with GTO readers for a number of years, but sadly went into administration as a result of COVID-19. So many travel companies in difficulty. And if you're watching tonight, we really do wish you but we have a winner. Ellen has the golden envelope. This year's Best Ocean Cruise Line Operator for Group is...
And the winner is Fred Olsen Cruise Lines.
Fred Olsen Cruises originated in a small town in Norway in 1848 when the Olsen brothers bought their first ship. Began an international company over 150 years later. They're now into the 5th generation. The company operates cruises from the UK. An inspirational fly cruise aboard 4 intimately bijou-style ocean-going ships to sail to some of the world's great destinations. Congratulations to Fred Olsen Cruises. a magnificent win for Ellie and the group team.
Absolutely. Thank you for coming in, Ellen. It's great to see you. So nice to see people.
People!
Real people! The next category is Best Airline for Group. This category is awarded to the airline that has delivered the best possible service to group. This category is sponsored by TravelSphere.
And we are pleased to welcome Sarah Wheatman to present this award. Good evening, Sarah.
Good evening, Patrick, and good evening, Sarah. I hope you guys are doing really well.
If by well you mean absolutely sweating to a point where things are running in places that you don't want to hear about, then yes, we are doing well. Okay, thank you very much. Now on to the nominees.
The nominees in the Best Airline for Groups category are British Airways, EasyJet, Flybe, Jet2, and Virgin Atlantic.
Runner-up is British Airways. There you go. So Sarah, can you please tell us who the readers of GTO magazines voted as the best airline of 2000?
Yes, certainly. I have the golden envelope here. So let's take a look who the winner is. Congratulations to all the nominees. But on behalf of TravelSphere and Just You, the winner is Jet2. Congratulations, Jet2.
There we go. Airplanes, beaches, drink. When will it come? Sorry. Jet2, a favourite with group, carried a record 14.39 million passengers on over 83,000 flights to 70 destinations across Europe. Hopefully one day we will get back to that. Congratulations, Jet2, and thank you to Sarah from Travel. Move on to the first of tonight's special editorial award. These awards are not voted for by the readers of GTO magazine, but are decided by GTO's editorial team.
They are.
Does that include you?
No.
Oh. So there's a surprise to you as well.
A little bit,
Okay.
apart from what's on your ticket.
Okay, lovely. The clue is in the words in front of you, Patrick.
In 2019, the editorial team were delighted to see many attractions and projects develop their offers, and the Editors Award for Innovation in Tourism particularly recognises innovation that results in some highly creative tourism products and initiatives. In the last 12 months, the editorial team has been delighted to see many attractions and projects develop their offers and experiments with new ideas in this ever-changing environment. This award particularly recognises innovation that results in some highly creative tourism products and initiatives.
Come on, go you! Go.
A little bit of a hiccup, I think, there.
No, I didn't think there was. I mean, but if there's hiccups you're looking, you've come to the right place. This year we recognise an innovative social enterprise. This is actually really good. It trains people affected by homelessness to become walking tour guides in their own city. It started in Edinburgh in 2016, and these tours are offered to tourists and locals. Unique tours include a train spotting film, a guide to Edinburgh, a poetic trip around Manchester, an exploration of crime and punishment in Glasgow, and a railway heritage tour of York by well-researched guides. The winner of this award has a threefold aim: to train the guides, enable long-term career development, and to raise awareness about the issue of homelessness, and to organise events in local communities to support homeless people. To present the award, please welcome editor of GTO magazine, Fiona Horan. Hey Fiona.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Can you please tell us who the winner is?
The winner of the 2020 Editors Award for Innovation in Tourism is Invisible Cities.
Congratulations, a really, really lovely project there, and thanks to Fiona. Okay, so here's a little recap for you. Winners so far have included the Isle of Wight, Kinrin, Isle of Wight Tours, Travel Edition, French Brothers, Eurostar, Savile Garden, Fred Olsen Jet 2, Cuddly Toy, but we have lots more in store, plus a surprise at the end of the show. But before we continue with the awards, let's take, have we got some pictures?
I hope so.
We are going to take
I
a little
hope
look
so.
at the pics that you have been sharing. This is the moment where we actually find out,
Yes.
has anybody made the effort that we have? Let's see what you've been sharing to see if there's any contenders for our best dress competition. Who have we got? Anything? Yes, this is Patrick. This is Patrick. He left the house this evening.
We can't see any yet.
We're not actually seeing any. This is Sarah.
Am I a contender? I really want to win some tickets to Disneyland. That would be amazing.
I think you are a contender. Where's the dress from?
So far, I can't divulge my secrets.
Oh, you can't divulge?
No,
Okay.
no. Top secret.
Top secret?
Top secret.
Okay.
But so far I'm winning.
We're hearing that you guys at home can actually see some of these pictures. Is that right? They can.
Amazing.
So it's entirely up to you. If you think you can better that, we want to hear from you before the end of the show. Okay, now we're going to return to the awards that have been voted for by the readers of GTO magazine based on their experiences in 2019. What do we have next, Sarah?
Next we have Best Coach Operator for Groups.
2 awards we're going to be making in this category. One for operators with a large fleet, the other with operators for a small fleet. Readers' votes were divided accordingly to the number of vehicles operated in the company.
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. We will start with
Some nominees?
Yes. We will start with the award for the best coach operator for small fleets. Yeah?
Can we see the nominees first?
But what do we do? Do we do the small fleet nominees or do we do all
We're going
the
to see all of the nominees first,
Okay.
and then we're going to find out who's won the small fleet.
That's what we're going to do. And that's why I've been paid the small bucks. Here we go.
The nominees in the Best Coach Operator for Groups category are Alpha Travel Coach Holidays, Baker's Dolphin, Chalkwell Coaches, Dacia's Holidays, David Urquhart Travel, Dunwood Travel, Edwards Coaches, Harry Shaw, Interchoice Holidays, Kirby's Coaches, and Luckett's Travel.
So there you go. That's all the coach operators. I mean, it would just have been stupid to show the small ones and then the large ones. I mean, who would think of doing that? And now we'll crack on with the best coach operator for the small fleet, which makes sense. Less than 25 coaches. It is kindly sponsored by Eurotunnel.
To present the award, please welcome Tracy Bayliss to the studio.
Tracy.
Hi, Tracy.
Here we go. Can I just say that both you ladies, whenever you turned up earlier on, and I mean, you actually you went into a phone box and you've just
We did, yeah.
You've just done
Yeah, we did.
sort of Superman
We went
meets Vogue. Good work. Okay, so we are doing the runner-up in this category is no, you might have to tell. Is David Urquhart Travel. There we go. Sadly, David Urquhart Travel no longer trading as a result of the impact that COVID has had on the travel industry. So many companies out there are getting it tough, and that's why these awards are so important tonight, to recognise you guys who are working in such tough times. Tracy, you have the envelope. You've already opened it. Have you had a sneak peek?
I couldn't wait.
You couldn't wait.
I couldn't wait.
Christmas
but I
must be
haven't
good
read
in your
it.
house,
I
is it?
haven't read it.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, and the best coach operator for Group's small fleet, very important,
Yes.
is Dunwood Travel.
Dunwood Travel offers an excellent choice of holidays for all tastes, from long established beach resorts, country vacations, city breaks, day trips, weeks away, all year round, something for everybody there. So thanks to Tracy, congratulations to Colin and the team at Dunwood. Will Colin be raising a glass, do you think? Do we know
I'm
Colin?
sure.
Yeah?
I'm sure. I hope so.
he's
Maybe
all-
we'll get a picture in a bit.
Maybe will. Colin, if you're pissed, we want to hear from you.
Shall we?
Yes.
Okay. And now the
What, get
results.
pissed?
No, later. The results for the best coach operator for Group's large fleet with more than 25 coaches, which is kindly sponsored by Disneyland Paris.
The runner-up is Luckett's Travel. There we go. And Sarah, the winner.
I get to open an envelope. It's very exciting. The winner is Edwards Coaches.
Founded by George Edwards in 1925, Edwards Coaches offers group organisers a wealth of experience. With years of experience in the business, they can organise everything from travel and accommodation right the way through to visits and events. Congratulations to Jason and the team at Edwards Coaches in South Wales, who are definitely watching and now definitely on it. Come on! Sarah, who's up next?
Thank you, I'm sure they are. The next award is Best Group Dining Experience. This award is open to both restaurants and attractions that provide dining options and services to groups. Here are the nominees.
The nominees in the Best Group Dining Experience category are Bateau London, Bodelwithen Castle Hotel, Fawlty Towers, the dining experience, Fred Olsen Cruise Lines, Hard Rock Cafe London, Planet Hollywood, and Wetherspoons.
And the runner-up is Hard Rock Cafe London.
And I have another envelope to open. It's very exciting. Make sure I've got the right one. The winner, I am proud to reveal, is Planet Hollywood.
There it is, Planet Hollywood, right in the heart of London's West End. A fun, unique dining experience inspired by the magic of Hollywood. Alrighty. Is Tony in the
Huge
team?
congratulations to Tony and the team. Hopefully Tony's watching.
From
Planet
there?
Hollywood.
Oh, from Planet Hollywood. Okay, that's where we're going to socially distance later then. Let's hope they will soon be open so we can all visit for the famous Chicken Crunch. Next up.
Next up is Best Company or Venue offering guided tours. It is a category that includes all types of guided tour, recorded or live.
Is sponsored by UK Inbound, and Anthony Amos, Head of Business Development and Membership, joins us live to announce the winner. How you doing, Anthony?
Hi, Patrick and Sarah. Hope all well.
Okay, he's all set. He's ready to rock. Here are the nominees.
The nominees in the Best Company or Venue offering guided tours category are BBC Tours, Canterbury Guided Tours, Emmerdale Village Tour, UK Parliament, Mini Plant Oxford BMW Group, Royal Opera House, Shakespeare's Globe, and the Original Tour.
The runner-up is the historic Shakespeare's Globe here in London. Well played. Come on to Shakespeare. Anthony, can you please open the golden envelope and tell us who this year's winner is?
Let's have a look. Let's open this envelope. What's inside? We have. Where are we?
Oh, he's teasing us.
Sorry. And the winner is UK Parliament.
There you go. The UK has the Parliament offer groups. A unique combination of 1,000 years of history, stunning art and architecture, and people in it who don't know what they're doing. Congratulations to the UK Parliament on winning the best guided tour for groups. Now, later this evening, we have a very special performance from the incredibly talented Sophie Isaacs, currently appearing as Catherine Howard in Six, the critically acclaimed musical telling the story of the 6 wives of Henry VIII. Her theatre credits include Miranda, The Rocky Horror Show, and Heather McNamara in Heathers, and so much more. She is waiting in the green room. Sarah's with her now.
Thank you, Patrick. Well, we're backstage in our very glamorous green room, and I'm here with Sophie, who has been waiting very patiently. Hi, Sophie. Thank you so much for coming along and joining us today. We are very, very excited for your performance later. Now, tell me all about the song that you're going to be singing for us.
So I will be singing All You Want to Do from Six the Musical. It's a show that I'm currently in. Well, I say currently until March 16th this year, before we were locked down. So it's the song that my role in the show, I play Catherine Howard, the 5th wife of Henry VIII, tragically beheaded, very, very young, and the song is incredible, and it basically tells, in a truncated version, the trials and tribulations of Catherine Howard and all of the men that she encountered in her short time on the planet. I've done a slightly cut down version for you guys today because it is 7 minutes long.
Wow.
8 times a week. So I thought I'd shave off a few minutes for you and give you a bit more of a concise version of it. But it's an amazing song, and I love that it starts when she's very, very young, very playful, and then it spans through to the end of her life, where we see her, a broken woman actually. So it tells a huge story, and it's pretty exhausting on that stage every night, but amazing.
It's an amazing number, and we're really looking forward to you performing for us at the end of the awards, which is going to be great. Sophie, give us a couple of highlights of your career. Which roles have you particularly enjoyed?
Okay, so actually, Six was a huge bucket list show that I wanted to be part of. I think it's incredible. It's a brand new British show. So it was something that I absolutely dreamt of and wanted to be a part of, but I didn't quite believe that it would happen in the way that it did. So prior to Six, I was playing Goldilocks at the London Palladium, which was a huge, huge privilege and something that I actually didn't dream would happen. So I was playing Goldilocks in Goldilocks and the Three Bears last Christmas with an amazing cast, crew, creative team. It was incredible and absolutely a huge career highlight.
I bet.
Yeah, it was incredible. Before that, I was lucky enough to be in the smash hit show Heathers the Musical.
Amazing.
Which was also incredible, and had a fan base like nothing I've ever experienced in my life.
It's iconic. It's a cult following, isn't it?
Yeah, and our director Andy Fickman always said, the audience are your 5th Beatle, and they absolutely are and were. And we call the Heathers fans the Corn Nuts, which is a reference to corn nuts in the show that they have at the party. And it was just another incredible, incredible opportunity. We actually sold out our first run at the Other Palace before we'd even opened, before we'd finished rehearsal. So it was, on one hand, the most exciting thing to go into a run having already had the news that you're sold out, but also a very scary situation going on. That's quite a lot of pressure, but it was incredible, and amazing memories.
Sounds amazing. So I understand you've travelled quite extensively with a number of your roles. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, so my first long contract, I did an 18-month tour of the UK in Legally Blonde. So I saw every corner of the UK, sometimes twice. So that was incredible. And then one of my most favourite and opportunities that I had is I played Amber in Hairspray, and we travelled to Asia.
Amazing.
And yeah, it was unbelievable. So we played Kuala Lumpur and Singapore. Not only the theatres and the show was incredible, but those countries were just amazing. I mean, I would move to Singapore in a heartbeat.
Wow.
And I've never travelled to anywhere that far before. So it was just the most amazing opportunity to do what I love and then be able to see these incredible countries. We got lots of sightseeing in, and I think one of my favourite things was after the show in Singapore, it was still like 30 odd degrees. So we would all go down to the pool and dive into the pool afterwards because we were so hot and sweaty after doing a show. So that was a huge treat. And then I did the Rocky Horror Show, one of your favourites, and mine, for 9 months, and we toured Italy, Austria, Switzerland and Germany, and that was amazing as well. And I remember being in Florence. It was around this time, it was sort of September, October, and we just got this huge heat wave, and it was just the most beautiful thing. And I'd go running in the morning, and I just felt incredibly lucky to be there. Yeah, it was unbelievable.
Thank you so much, Sophie. We are really looking forward to your performance at the end of the night when you'll be closing our extra special, brand new Celebrate Group Travel Day. Just a little bit longer. We've got some more winners to be revealed. And then you are going to close our event for us, which is going to be amazing. We're really looking forward to seeing you perform.
Thank you. I can't wait.
Me too. Thanks, Sophie. Thank you.
Okay, you're in for an absolute treat with Sophie's performance later in the show, so please stay tuned. You don't want to miss it. While Sarah heads back to join me in the studio, we move on to our next category. It is Best Rail Operator for Groups. Many groups find rail travel an excellent alternative to coach and air. This category is sponsored by Warner Brothers Studio Tour. Yeah, there we go. The making of Harry Potter. Joining us in the studio to present this award is Head of Business Development London and Hollywood, Sophie Harvard Williams. Come on, Sophie, how you doing? There you go.
Hello.
Oh yeah, I love that. When you're off camera, you're bigging it up. You're going to go, it's not then. It's just London and Hollywood.
Stop it.
Do you know my friend Charlie Coleman?
Very well. No, I
Charlie
don't.
Coleman. He's moved from Disney to Warner Brothers.
Oh,
yeah.
Well, good move.
Well, I think it is a very good move. Although apparently he was telling me that people are quite unfriendly and don't know who he is.
Yeah, we are like that.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Loving the frock.
Thanks.
Are you going to tell us where that is?
I couldn't even tell you right now. I wouldn't know.
This whole thing?
Just probably Chanel. No,
It's probably something like Gookie.
or Topshop or something. I don't know. Who knows?
Versace.
It's not been out for a while.
No, I know. I'm not even sure this has been dry cleaned. I haven't seen that since the last time. Okay, the runners and riders, folks, the all-important nominees. You thought I'd forget and I didn't.
The nominees in the Best Rail Operator for Groups category are Avanti West Coast, Eurostar, Great Western Railway, London North Eastern Railway, and South Western Railway.
The reason why I didn't forget those nominees is because someone in my earpiece said, "Go to the nominees, you tit!" And so we did. The runner-up is Avanti West Coast. Yeah. But they're just the runners-up. So for you, I mean, I wouldn't even want to sully you with runners-up. You're here, girl, to announce winners.
Absolutely.
The winner of the best rail operator for groups. Here we go.
Is GWR.
There it is, out of Paddington, big fat seats, heads to places where people own land. Yes, that's what you want. You sometimes are on that, aren't you? Heading towards...
Cool.
Yeah? No?
I have some land, if you count a
Some
garden.
land. It connects the most popular cities, historic towns, and the beautiful southwest England and Wales. Whether your group is looking for a city break or an escape to the British seaside, they will get you there with ease. Thank you, Sophie. Congrats to the team at GWR. You're back.
I'm back. I'm back.
I missed you.
Oh, I missed you too.
Purely because
You had to have someone else to tell you what to do.
Well, this
didn't you?
is the thing. I mean, like, the brain farts were just gone to another level, and now we're back on track.
Yes, and I had a lovely chat with Sophie, and
Yes.
we got an amazing treat in store.
It is. It's got to be something special.
But I'm back, just in time for a category that, as a passionate advocate of theatre, is very dear to my heart. Best West End Production.
This category is kindly sponsored by Groupline. We're going to connect ahead of group sales. Ben Delahunty-Jones to announce the winner. Hiya, Ben.
Hi Patrick, hi Sarah. Hope everyone's having a great afternoon.
Yes, we are. We're loving the theatre background to tell us it's the theatre category. There it is. We are ready. You are ready, Ben. Let's find out the nominees.
The nominees in the Best West End Production category are 9 to 5, the musical. Come From Away. Everybody's Talking About Jamie. Les Miserables. Matilda. The Lion King. And Tina, the Tina Turner musical.
And the runner-up is Tina, the Tina Turner musical. Okay, Ben, give us the winner that the readers of GTO magazine voted as Best West End Production.
And the winner for the Best West End Production is Les Miserables.
There they are, miserable even when winning. Should we sing? Should we sing now? I mean...
You start, I'll join in.
Oh, I see where we're going with this. We'll not sing. The songs that included I Dreamed a Dream, On My Own, Bring 'Em Home, One Day More, many, many more. Thank you, Sarah, for saving me from myself.
You're welcome. Seen by over 120 million people worldwide, in 52 countries and in 22 languages, Les Miserables is indisputably one of the world's most popular musicals.
Cha-ching! Thank you, Ben. Congratulations to Les Mis. Now, we can't have theatre without ticket agents. So, next we have Best Group Ticketing Agency, which is kindly sponsored by Planet Hollywood. Here's the runners and riders.
The nominees in the Best Group Ticketing Agency category are Delphont Macintosh Theatres, Encore, Groupline, C Groups, and Ticketmaster.
The runner-up is Encore Tickets.
But there can only be one winner, and the winner is Groupline. The company operates from central London, responsible for selling 750,000 West End theatre tickets per year. It created the Book Now Pay Later facility that allows customers to hold tickets without commitment, allowing time for final numbers to be confirmed prior to payment. If you don't need the tickets, you don't pay for the tickets. Can we just get back to a world where we can buy tickets? Please! Congratulations, Ben and the team. Well done. Okay, we come now to the second of tonight's special awards, the Editor Award for Technological Innovation in the Face of Slip competition. This year, the Editor's Award for Technological Innovation goes to an art gallery that found a novel way to open up its space during the Corona lockdown.
We at GTO like to think we broke the news on our website on the 30th of March. By the 3rd of April, it was all over the BBC, and by the 15th of April this year, it was big news in the New York Times.
Independent. Oh, we're going to have a little look at this.
We are.
We are.
Let's watch a little bit of video.
Independent Art Gallery, Hastings, Contemporary in Hastings, East Sussex, captured the public's imagination with the robot tours of the gallery. The telepresent robot, developed by Double Robotics, roams around the gallery under the remote control of online visitors. It has proved really popular. The gallery hopes it will continue to provide access to the art for those unable to visit the gallery in person. Well done. What an idea.
Congratulations to Hastings Contemporary.
Okay. Before we continue the awards, let's have another little look at the photos you've been sharing with us on the tweet machine and see if there's any more contenders for our Best Dressed Individual, Best Dressed Team competition. What have we got? Anything coming through? I'm not... Here's what's going to happen. We can't see them. You guys can see them. So we're going to play a game where the gallery actually describe what they look like. We will repeat what they look like, and then you can tell us whether this is an accurate description. First up we have... This is John wearing his sunglasses. Does John look sharp? He looks great. Okay. Who knows? And we also have the lovely Ellie. Is it? Okay.
Amazing.
She's got a little bit of Prosecco and a little bit of a virtual backdrop.
I'm jealous of the Prosecco right now, if I'm honest.
I think we have some Prosecco which will be unvirtual and which we will get stuck into very, very soon. After our next award, what's up next, Sarah?
So up next we have the Best Individual Hotel for Groups. This category reflects the importance of service, particularly when it comes to accommodation. Let's hear the nominees.
The nominees in the Best Individual Hotel for Groups category are Little Coat House, Warner Leisure Hotels, Queen's Hotel, Eastbourne, Leisureplex, Rendezvous Hotel, Skipton, Shanklin Hotel, Isle of Wight, Leisureplex, St Kilda Hotel, Llandudno, and the Prince Regent Weymouth, Dacious.
Okay, that's the nominees, and the runner-up is St Kilda Hotel. Well, there can only be one winner. The winner, Sarah.
I will find out when I open the golden envelope. And the winner is the Rendezvous Hotel in Skipton.
There it is, empty gym, empty pool, looking exactly as it does right now. Set in the beautiful Yorkshire Dales, the Rendezvous Hotel offers groups, 96 bedrooms spread across 5 floors, and looks out over the picturesque Leeds-Liverpool Canal to the Yorkshire Dales. Congratulations to them. Will Malcolm...
Malcolm and the team, I'm sure, will be watching.
Have you stayed in Malcolm's?
I haven't been. No, I need to go. It looks beautiful, and what a fabulous location.
I think we could possibly book that out for the after show.
Have you got a jet ready?
I mean, of course I've got a jet. It's the Group Travel Awards, woman.
Of course.
Yes, I do. I have an Uber. The next
Shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. Okay. Thank you, good night. Okay, what's up next?
Before we jump in the jet, we'll do the next category.
Yes.
Which is the most group-friendly hotel chain or group. With accommodation being one of the most important factors of any group booking, readers voted for the hotel chain or group giving the most friendly and helpful services. Here are the nominees.
The nominees in the most group-friendly hotel chain or group category are Abacus Hotels, Dacia's Holidays, Holdsworth Hotels, Ibis Hotels, Jury's Inn, Premier Inn, and Warner Leisure Hotels.
First of all, can we apologise to Malcolm and the team at Skipton? That was the best hotel. This is the friendliest. So apparently Malcolm offers a very efficient service.
That was individual hotel. This is the group.
Oh, this is the group hotel.
A group of hotel. No,
okay,
group
I'm glad
of
we put that
hotels.
straight.
Group
I don't
of
want people
hotels.
thinking that Malcolm's not friendly. Malcolm, I hear you're a very friendly man.
Very friendly.
The runner-up is Warner Leisure Hotels. And the winner is...
Dacia's Hotels.
I would have butchered that. With my northern, I would have gone, Dacia's Hotel. Can you say it in your posh accent?
And the winner is Dacia's Hotel.
Dacia's! Darlings! It's actually when you see the hotels you realise how posh it is, and that's why it should be Dacia's. They are proud to have been providing quality UK coach holidays for over 40 years. Groups travelling to Dacia's hotels come in many shapes and sizes, small groups, tour booking. Congratulations, Dacia's. Fabulous. We come now to recognising excellence in the accommodation industry as the next award is for Best Holiday Park for Groups.
It is, and this category is sponsored by Isle of Wight Tours.
There we go. Always nice when we see a sponsor who has got an award earlier in the awards. Let's move on. And we're going live to the Isle of Wight, where Shirley Wynn will shortly announce the winner of this. Hi, Shirley.
Hi, Sarah. Hi, Patrick. Really pleased to be able to announce the award for the best holiday park for groups.
See, you thought that
My heart did go a little bit
You thought
there.
Shirley was going to be as unprofessional as me and just blurt something
never,
out there.
Never, Shirley
No
would
one
never
is as
do that.
unprofessional
Never
as
do
me.
that.
Let's hear the nominees.
The nominees in the Best Holiday Park for Groups category are Gunton Hall Coastal Village, Warner Leisure Hotels, Lower Hyde Holiday Park, Isle of Wight, Parkdean Resorts, Millride Holiday Village, Hayling Island, Away Resorts, Norton Grange Coastal Village, Isle of Wight, Warner Leisure Hotels, and Potters Resort, Norfolk.
The runner-up is Potters Leisure Resort in Norfolk. Well played. Shirley, though, can you open the envelope and tell us who has won Best Holiday Park for Groups?
Proud to announce the best holiday park for groups this year is Norton Grange Coastal Village. Congratulations.
Wow, that looks quite flash.
Beautiful.
No?
Beautiful.
Have we been there?
I've been there. It's lovely.
Yeah. Should
Yeah.
I, is that something I should?
You should totally book. I think they might do you a good deal.
They might do me a good deal. We'll,
Possibly.
we'll fire up the jets and we'll crack down there. Chalet Village, stunning views of the Solent, located just moments away from a maritime museum, underwater archaeology centre and a planetarium and a model railway. Those are all the things that you can check out if you don't just want to sit in one of those lovely straw chairs and get absolutely out of your... No. Okay, that's just me there. There it is. Norton Grange. Give them a round of applause. There we are. Thank you, Shirley. Okay, what's up next, Sarah?
So next up we have university accommodation, which is always popular with groups looking for a high number of single rooms. And so we're going to find out the nominees, I believe.
Okay, here we go.
The nominees in the Best University Accommodation for Groups category are... Imperial College, London. St Aidan's College at Durham University. University of Kent, Canterbury. University of Portsmouth. And the York Conferences at the University of York.
The runner-up is the University of Portsmouth.
There it is. But the winner for an incredible 13th successive year is the University of Kent.
Offering a fantastic location in the heart of the Kent countryside and set in 300 acres of beautiful parkland, the university has continued to be a popular choice for groups, offering a choice of accommodation and extensive facilities.
And the more eagle-eyed among you may have noticed that that is the reason why the line Kent countryside was given to Sarah and not me. Congratulations to the University of Kent.
Moving swiftly on, next we have the third of tonight's special editorial awards, the Little Treasures of Britain Awards.
This category is sponsored by Discover Britain's Delightful Towns, and GTO's editorial director Peter Stoneham is here to present the award.
This award honours attractions that are off the beaten track, lesser-known gems that are often created or preserved through the passion of a group of enthusiastic individuals who've worked hard over many years to preserve an aspect of our heritage.
Earlier this year, Peter had the privilege of visiting a remarkable place on a remarkable occasion when he attended a fantastically transformed council house in Great Dunmow, Essex. This was on the last day that the owner, John Trevelyan, would be living there before it was transferred to a charitable trust, which continues to maintain it and provide it for group visits. Now, John took a semi-detached ex-council house. He started a personal journey that grew into a 5-year project, transforming it into a wonderland of 13 imaginative locations, each set a different time and place. You can step from a Moorish bedchamber into a 1920s study, from a New Orleans kitchen into a Victorian parlour. He took each room back to the brickwork. He rebuilt it from scratch using specialist tradesmen, traditional methods and techniques. When he started this, they said he was mad, and look at him now. There he is. Well done. Peter.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
You have won sartorial elegance of the night, sir.
Oh, thank you. I'm not even entering.
you see, we're trying too hard. That's the thing. That's the thing. What else can you tell us about this, Peter?
Oh, I went there. It's absolutely fantastic. John Trevelyan's personal mission has been turned into a fantastic attraction to visit. I went to the party that he put on when he was leaving, and it was wonderful. I've never been in such a magic place.
Okay. Congratulations. The Little Britain. The Little Britain.
The Little Treasures of Britain.
Thank you for correcting that, because people actually thought that Matt Lucas was actually going to come out in spandex. And I mean, if they could have actually afforded David Williams and Matt Lucas to come out as a cameo, I wouldn't be hosting. So the Little Treasures of Britain award goes to... Laughing slightly too hard at that. The Little Treasures of Britain award goes to Talisman House and Gardens.
huge congratulations to the winners so far. We now have just 7 awards remaining, and at this point we would like to congratulate each and every one of our nominees and hope that you are enjoying a celebratory glass of something wherever you are.
Yes, cheers indeed. Now we're moving overseas to our next category, which is Best European Attraction for Groups.
The nominees in the Best European Attraction for Groups category are Cologne Cathedral, Germany; Disneyland Paris, France; Efteling, Netherlands; Guinness Storehouse, Ireland; and Titanic Belfast, Northern Ireland.
The runner-up is the beautiful Cologne Cathedral in Germany.
But the winner is... Oh, the tension. Little fat fingers. Little fat fingers have got sweaty.
It's so hot.
The winner is Disneyland Paris. 1992, Disney came to Europe, opening Euro Disney, a theme park that we're going to become today's Disneyland Paris. More than 250 million visitors. Have you been? You've been?
So many times, about 6 times.
Really?
Yeah, I love it.
6 times?
6 times.
Okay, so is that something that...
We'll fly there after we've been to Skipton.
I like it. Skipton and Disneyland, we know how to live. We're leaving Mickey and his friends behind as we move on to the next category. By the way, we've got a few more tweets in.
Oh, amazing! You can see them.
Are we seeing these on screen, or do we need to hold this up? There we go. West Midland Safari watching live from Safari venues. Have they been nominated?
Yes, they have been nominated.
They have.
Can I see?
Yeah, there they are. That's them there. Look.
Oh, amazing! It's lovely Sue.
Yeah.
Hi, Sue.
Hi, Sue. There we go. So is her category coming up in a sec? Or?
Soon. Yes.
Okay, so they haven't lost yet.
We've only got 7 categories left.
We've only got 7 categories left. You haven't lost yet, Sue. Hang in there. Also, Dan Savage. The GTA Awards a bit different this year. We are still dressed up at home. We are very excited. He's managed to get, look, he's got a glass of champagne.
Amazing.
And an
That's dedication. The logo's there as well.
That is dedication. That was sent at 5:14. What time is it now?
20 past 6.
20 past 6. There he's behind the sofa, spooning the cat. There he is. Next, which I will be doing when I go home too. Next up is...
So next up is Best European Destination for Groups. Readers were asked to vote for any European city or country which offered an exceptional and enjoyable experience for group visitors.
This category is kindly sponsored by Fred Olsen Cruise Lines. Presenting this award is Ellie Fulcher, joining us live. Good evening, Ellie.
Good evening, Patrick. Good evening, Sarah. Delighted to be here.
There we go.
Hey.
Is that a real cruise ship she's on?
I couldn't possibly comment. I
think
don't
know. Maybe a picture. Okay, let's see who the nominees are.
The nominees in the Best European Destination for Groups category are Austria, Belgium, Berlin, Croatia, Ireland, Jersey, and Switzerland.
As you can see there in the nominations, Ireland is in this category, and that's why they've given me the runner-up.
No.
Because I can't, and the runner-up, and it'll teach you for being neutral, it's Switzerland. There you go. Yeah. And so we have the golden envelope to tell us who has won the GTO Best European Destination for Groups. Ellie, the winner, of course, is going to be...
Good evening, ladies and gents. I this year's awards from the comfort of your own homes. On behalf of Fred Olsen Cruise Lines, I'm delighted to sponsor the award for the best European destination for groups. And the winner is Austria.
Shambles! It's a sham! It's a sham! Austria, what has Austria got that Ireland doesn't have? Apart from skiing and culture and snaps and art and... Okay, Austria, known for its mountain railways, yeah, okay, and your trains and your Alps, yeah, huge congratulations to Austria. Thanks, Ellie, for nothing.
Do you need a moment?
I've had a moment.
I know, but do you need a calm one? Moving on, the next category is Best Attraction for Group Visits Outside of London. Readers were asked to vote for any UK attraction outside London that they felt exceeded their group expectations.
This category is sponsored by The View from the Shard. And Luke Riley joins us in the studio to present the award. Good evening, Luke.
How you doing?
Very well. Very, very good. How's
Good.
things?
Really good.
Yes?
You?
How is the view from the Shard?
It's really good. Have you been taken up the Shard before?
I have never been taken up the Shard.
Well,
but
you let me know when and I'll take you up the
with
Shard.
an invitation like that, I am ready. I am 3 drinks away from that invite. On to the nominees.
Nominees in the Best Attraction for Group Visits Outside London category are Bewley, Blenheim Palace, Bletchley Park, Bombay Sapphire Distillery, Ironbridge Gorge Museums, National Memorial Arboretum, Shakespeare's Birthplace Trust, The Eden Project, and Windsor Castle.
The runner-up is Ironbridge Gorge Museums in Shropshire. Yeah. Okay, Lewis. What have you got in there?
We'll have a look, shall we?
Yeah.
Oops.
This is
I think I need a letter opener for this one. You've sealed it right shut, haven't you?
Best attraction for group visits.
Here we are.
There we go.
Windsor Castle.
There we go, Windsor Castle, the oldest and largest occupied castle in the world. Open to visitors throughout the year. He's gone.
I know.
I was hoping, because I wanted to take my wife up the Shard, and he's gone. I want to dig. Okay.
I'm just going to move on.
We're going to move on.
Yes. Founded by William the Conqueror in the 11th century, it has since been the home to incredible 39 monarchs. Today, the Queen spends most of her private weekends at the castle. Congratulations to Her Majesty for living in the venue, and thanks to Luke. We'll chase him up there. Isle of Wight tours on the tweet machine. Can you see these at home? It might have started to rain here on the Isle of Wight. There it is. But we are soldiering on with our GTA Awards garden party. Amazing.
There they are. Take cover, people. And EM Consultancy, working in the alternative office. Look at that. Does that not just make you sick?
Fantastic.
Does that not just make you sick? A balcony somewhere foreign with a glass off. Who needs it? Okay, shall we carry on? Where are we?
So, we're
Yes.
now on animal attractions.
We are.
Which consistently prove popular for group visits, and readers were asked to vote for who they considered to be the best animal or sea life attraction for groups.
This category is sponsored by Discover Animals, your online guide to visiting the world of wildlife. We're going to connect with Simone Brooks, who will reveal the winner of this award. Hi, Simone.
Hi, Patrick. How are you? Great show so far.
There she is, very cheery. Let's see who the runners and riders are.
The nominees in the Best Animal or Sea Life Attraction for Groups category are Hawke Conservancy Trust, Longleat, Sea Life London Aquarium, The Deep, West Midlands Safari and Leisure Park, and ZSL London Zoo.
And the runner-up is Longleat. There we go. Yeah. Okay, Simone, can you tell us who the winner is? Best Animal or Sea Life Attraction for Groups?
I shall reveal the winner now. And the winner is West Midlands Safari and Leisure Park.
What do you know? They tweeted us earlier, West Midlands Safari Park! There they are! They hold over 165 species of exotic animals together with attractions, including a small theme park. Congratulations. Thank you, Simone. I will be up there next time I'm visiting the Outlaws. There we go.
You should, it's fabulous.
Yeah? Okay. Next up we have...
So, the next award is Best Family Day Out.
Many attractions and visitors' experience are carefully created for parties made up primarily of youngsters or groups, families spanning the ages. Let's find out who the finalists are.
The nominees in the Best Family Day Out category are Beamish, the Living Museum of the North, Cadbury World, Hever Castle, Legoland, Windsor, Longleat, Portsmouth Historic Dockyard, the Royal Mint Experience, Warner Brothers Studio Tour London, The Making of Harry Potter.
2 Rugrats under 4. This is the one that I've been waiting for. The runner-up is Legoland Windsor. But the winner is, once again, Warner Brothers Studio Tour London, The Making of Harry Potter. Opened to the public in 2012, used to make all of the Harry Potter films. It's now a permanent exhibit offering an authentic behind-the-scenes glimpse of the films.
The studio tour offers visitors the unique opportunity to explore 2 sound stages and a backlot filled with original sets, animatronic creatures and breathtaking special effects.
Congratulations, well done. We move on now to, I believe it's award number 29.
We're nearly there.
Not long to go, okay.
Our capital has so much to offer visiting groups, and therefore the next category is Best Attraction for Group Visits, London.
Okay, the category is sponsored by Wendy Wu, and Head of Group Sales and Partnerships, Glenn Thomas, joins us in the studio. Come on, Glenn. There he is, waiting very patiently. Yeah.
One of the last ones.
Yes, so what have you been doing while we've been having...
We're sat in the green room,
Okay.
or sauna, I think, as it's known.
Yes. Does that mean the Prosecco has been sweated out?
Well, we've got more in.
We've got more in. This is good. Read anything out. It doesn't matter. Here we go. The nominations are...
The nominees in the Best Attraction for Group Visits within London category are Bodyworlds, London, Buckingham Palace, UK Parliament, Jeff Wayne's The War of the Worlds, The Immersive Experience, Royal Albert Hall, Royal Museums Greenwich, Shakespeare's Globe, South Bank Centre, The View from the Shard, and the Tower of London.
And the runner-up is the Tower of London. Yeah. Okay, Glenn, if you can physically open the envelope and still say
I'll
the
try.
words after 2 hours in the green room.
If I can actually pronounce it.
The readers of GDO voted best attraction for group visits in London.
On behalf of Wendy Wu Tours, I'm delighted to announce that the winner is Royal Museums Greenwich.
There we go. There we go, Royal Museums Greenwich, home to the Royal Observatory, the iconic historic sailing ship Cutty-Sark, the National Maritime Museum, all of that stuff, all within easy walking distance of each other, within a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Thanks to Glenn. Gone, straight back into. There he is. Folks, these are words that I never wish that I would utter tonight, but we have come to the final award of the evening, sir. If it was up to me, I would stay in this sweat box all night.
Should we do it all again?
Duvets and pillows. This is when we find out that someone hasn't pressed play and record, and they take these tenders rather than going live. Here we go. The final award of the night. Yeah. What do we got?
The final award of the night is Outstanding Contribution to Group Travel by an Individual. This category is sponsored by Jet2.com and Jet2 Holidays.
We connect live to Rosemary Stirk of Jet2 to present the award. Hi, Rosie.
Hi, Patrick. Hi, Sarah. Great to be with you this evening.
There she is, with a plane through her head. The person receiving the award for the outstanding contribution to group travel by an individual fell into the travel industry by accident, turning up for his first day as a wage clerk at the Co-op in his hometown of Manchester in the early 70s. He was told that he'd been hired in error. We've all been there. And now you see why. Luckily, they interviewed him instead for a role within the Co-op's travel division, got the job, and after a long and happy career in group travel, followed by 21, our winner had become the manager of the Co-op's group travel department.
He did. His achievements were noticed by Pontins, and he was headhunted by them in 1986 to head up their development of their group travel operation. This was followed in 1996 by a move to Butlins to merge their group travel.
Big money move from Pontins to Butlins. Record transfer fee.
To merge their group travel division of Butlins, Haven and Warner. In 1999, he joined the UK Holiday Group as sales director, focusing as sales director for the UK Holiday Group Limited and the Norwich-based Just for Groups division. And now he has started enjoying a well-earned retirement after nearly 50 years in the travel industry.
There you go. That is what it is all about. And if this is not enough of a clue as to our much admired winner, we think after trolling his Facebook account in a rather sinister manner, he might also be, God forbid, a Man City fan. It was all going so well. It was all going so well. Rosie, can you reveal who the winner is?
Hi, of course I can. So I'm pleased to announce that the winner of the outstanding contribution to group travel by an individual is... Got my lovely gold envelope, everybody. I glued it down well.
Oh, she's a tease.
And the winner is Harold Burke. Congratulations, Harold.
7.
Done, the old Harry Burke. That concludes the award ceremony presentation. Before we enjoy a special surprise, let's take another little look. Do we have any more of our... We don't. They're all pissed as farts and don't care. Well done. Well done. We've done our job. We have done our job. We have taken you from mid-afternoon sobriety to early evening pissed as farts. Our work is done.
No, we can't stop yet. We need to judge the winner of those people who did send the pictures.
Oh, yes.
And I think, as our host, you should choose.
Yes, I think I should, as he frantically tries to remember what he's seen.
You threw them.
I did. I threw.
Okay, so we had.
Yes, we had.
We had
Runners and Riders.
West Midlands Safari Park.
Yes.
We had Dan.
Yes.
We had a lovely picture on a balcony.
Yes. Okay, here's who I'm going for. I think purely because of the glass of fizz, the blue sky, the fact that she looks like she's somewhere foreign. I mean, it has to be. That has to be our winner? There it is. EM Consultancy, working in the alternative office. There you are. Look, enjoying your little glass off. Rubbing it in to the rest of us. Stuck in my downstairs toilet here in London. There she is. She's going to be winning a pair of return tickets to Eurostar.
Yes, which is amazing.
Well done.
I wanted those.
Okay, that, folks, I believe, wraps everything up. She's been waiting patiently, though, in our green room. You've had a lovely chat with her.
Yeah.
It is time now to close a very special Celebrate Group Travel Day and mark the end of the 2020 Group Travel Awards, performing All You Want to Do from 6. Please welcome to the studio the incredibly talented Sophie Isaacs. Good night.
The only thing you want to do is broad, dark, sexy manics. Taught me all about dynamics. He was 23 and I was 30, going on 30. We spent hours strumming the lute, striking the chords and blowing the flute. He plucked my strings all the way to G, went from major to minor, C to D. Tell me what you need, what you want. You don't need to plead, 'cause I feel the chemistry, like I get you and you get me. And maybe this is it. He just cares so much, it feels legit. We have a connection. I think this guy is different. 'Cause all you wanna do, baby, is touch me, love me, can't get enough. See, all you wanna do, baby, is please me, squeeze me, birds and the bees me. Run your fingers through my hair, tell me I'm the fairest of the fair. Playtime's over. The only thing you wanna do is. So then there was Francis, serious, stern and slow. Gets what he wants and he won't take no. Passion in all that he touches. The sexy secretary to the Dowager Duchess. Helped him in his office, had a duty to fulfill. He even let me use his favourite quill. Spilled ink all over the parchment, my wrist was so tired. Still I came back the next day as he required. You say I'm all you need, all you want. You don't need to plead, 'cause I feel the chemistry, like I get you and you get me. And I know this is it. He just cares so much, this one's legit. We have a real connection. I'm sure this time is different. 'Cause all you wanna do, baby, is touch me, love me, can't get enough. See, all you wanna do, baby, is please me, squeeze me, birds and the bees me. You can't wait a second more to get my corset on the floor. Playtime's over. The only thing you wanna do is. Yeah, that didn't work out. Turns out some guys just employ women to get them in their private chambers. Oh, different time back then. So, I decided to have a break from boys just to focus on my career. And you'll never guess who I met. Tall, large, Henry it's true that without me he doesn't know what he'd do. You say I'm what you need, all you want, we both agree. This is the place for me, I'm finally where I'm meant to be. Then he starts saying all this stuff, he just cares so much, he calls me love. He says we have this connection. I thought this time was different. Why did I think he'd be different? But it's never, ever different. 'Cause all you wanna do, baby, is touch me when we're enough, be enough. See, all you wanna do, baby, is squeeze me. Don't care if you don't please me. Bite my lip and pull my hair as you tell me I'm the fairest of the fair. Playtime's over. Playtime's over. The only thing you wanna do is
Huge thanks, Sophie, for what I'm sure you'll agree was a fantastic performance. Now, sadly, this brings us to the end of the 2020 Group Travel Awards. Patrick's gone to the pub, he's left me. But I hope you have had a great evening. Oh, he's back. And we hope that those of you who have joined us have enjoyed getting involved in this brand new format of the awards. Thank you once again to tonight's sponsors, and many congratulations to all of our winners, runner-ups and finalists. Until next year's event, cheers.
Yay!